Hey guys, welcome on in. Bacterias is first. Welcome, Zephy, Fazurio, JSam, Claudes, Battle Axe. How do you guys do it? You're always here when I start a stream. That's amazing. So today we're starting the plant. I'm just to want to do a little something unusual and actually start from the menu. We get slightly different dialogue from the kernel and also an additional title screen. Indianos, thank you for the 82 months. Shaggy with the 15 months, thank you. Why is that cursed autocon thing a thing? Oh well. Keep in mind this title screen with the red too. Because for Raiden, we're getting a different one. Nice, the spammer bots are getting caught by Boobmot. The same dude. Who the fuck is this guy? Alright, so I'm just gonna do something a little different. We'll start the plan from a new game. Get some slightly different dialogue. Extreme, no radar. I'll get more inside, dog tags don't matter. And during this, if you start it like this from the menu, you will get an additional title screen during the opening cutscene. City Lights, thank you for the 104 months. Holy shit. For some reason, Snake has the red 2 associated with him, and Raiden the blue one. So we'll get a title screen with the blue 2. Same in the start screen. You have Snake at first when you don't have a save. And then Raiden in blue when you do have a save.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell.
On the credits here too.
I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
There it is. You don't see this often.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Elsewhere, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the president. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get the...
That would explain everything.
Somebody rescue Kiefer.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all.
Here comes the
following
voice change.
communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. This will be your first sneaking mission.
In a different
The
line.
arms will naturally have to be procured on site. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by Codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the Codec, push the select button.
We kind of miss out on the
When we
voice
need to reach
change
you,
if we do
contact
this.
you. The Codec will beep. When you hear that noise, Press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
Oh boy. I kind of have a love-hate sort of relationship with this part of the game because there's so much shit to talk about. They're just gonna be here for like an hour just staring at Raiden's ass. But first, since we started the plant from the menu without doing tanker as far as the game's concerned, we kind of missed out on the voice change a little bit, but we did get a couple different lines from the Colonel. So if you don't play the tanker, you don't immediately hear Raiden's voice change. The Colonel keeps talking for a little bit, and then he says, "This will be your first sneaking mission. The arms will have to be procured on site." So you don't hear Raiden talk about playing VR missions or playing, MGS1 in VR. But you kind of miss out on that a little bit, although I'm sure that for the rest of the game, since the fact that Raiden went through VR of MGS1 and the VR missions of MGS1, it's throughout the entire game. I'm pretty sure that not all of those lines will change. It's just the beginning is different. You don't even know that Raiden has played MGS1 in VR, because usually the first thing that happens as soon as they change his name from Snake to Raiden, he starts talking about playing VR. The first thing he says is, "I've completed over 300 missions in VR." And then the Colonel's like, "Okay, we'll skip that part." It's kind of interesting how you're not even supposed to know that Raiden has gone through MGS1 VR. Why? Because remember, this is what happens if you tell the game that you haven't played MGS1. Again, the original Japanese release and the European release, if you tell the game, "I have not seen or played MGS1," then it starts you off at the plant. You have no idea that you can even play the tanker, and Raiden will not talk about how he... God damn it, I know the controls, shut up.
Got your feet wet. These...
Yes, okay. Raiden will not talk about how he went through the VR missions. Because you didn't go through the VR missions. If you start at the plant, that means you told the game you haven't played MGS1, which means Raiden has not played MGS1, at least as far as the intro is concerned. Raiden is kind of presented as this blank slate rookie character that we know nothing about until later in the game, where it's revealed that he was a child soldier and all that stuff. But as for the intro and the majority of the game, you don't know that. And Raiden's supposed to be this blank slate, especially if you haven't even played the tanker. And it's like, if the player hasn't played the tanker or MGS1, then Raiden doesn't mention the VR missions, at least at first, because I highly doubt that all the other calls about it will change as well. Achilles, thanks for the 13 months. Hill Michael C with the 82, Termina with the 35. Thank you guys. So let's take a look at a couple things around here. We have... Look at all these bugs. We're looking at release copy of the Phantom Pain right here. And then if we crawl in here for a second, the bugs will start crawling all over Raiden and into his ass crack. More importantly, lovely. Somebody spilled Phantom Pain all over the floor. Look at all these bugs. And now we have one in our inventory where the rations would be normally.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
Shake your equipment? What do you mean by shake your equipment? So where we would normally have a ration, there are no rations in European Extreme, so you're never going to see a ration in there, but if we had one, the bug would be on top of it, and we wouldn't be able to eat it. So we have to shake the equipment. I was actually kind of satisfied when I figured out myself what he meant by that. Shake your equipment, like this, and it falls off. And then there's no rations, but there's no more bug. As soon as we close the inventory, the ration's gone. We can get a new one. We can get a pet sea lice to carry around. But the important thing is that these bugs are not naturally occurring. They are genetically engineered and not natural. They're kind of fake, if you will. So that's one thing. Let's take a look at a couple more calls here. Let's get the call about Raiden's blood.
Raiden first.
Whatever.
And tell me where to go.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
So Raiden's blood. God damn it! I said I know the controls. Game thinks I'm stuck because we're spending so much time here.
Raiden, you should be used to the...
Okay. So Raiden's blood is also artificial. It's not his natural blood. That's how we can crouch and heal a little bit. And yeah, Raiden never does get his original blood back, but whatever. So the bugs are artificial. Raiden's blood is artificial. Some sort of fake or prop thing. Let's take a look at this mini sub here.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
So as long as it's not a threat, yeah, you're told to just forget about it. Or return to your duties. In comparison, when you do the lifeboat call in MGS1, sorry, the fuck am I saying? In the tanker with Otacon, you get a similar explanation about, you know, how it works, how fast it can go, and all that stuff. But you also get an explanation as to why you can't use it from Otacon, because the obvious thing would be to use it to escape the tanker, but it doesn't. It's not just. It doesn't go fast enough or something like that. So, in comparison to that, Raiden just gets told to just forget about it and return to your duties. Supposedly, it's used to repair the big shell. Supposedly, it does this and that, but forget about it. Same thing with these diving suits here.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Right, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Again, forget about it. Return to your duties. And it looks like it's never been used. Almost as if, you know, it's just there for show as a prop. You have all these things that are fake or props or unused or not natural all around you from the very beginning. The bugs, submarine, the diving suit, Raiden's blood, all of these things have in common that they're somehow fake or some sort of prop that's never been used or not natural. And the big shell in itself, the very name of it, is a big shell, as in it's also fake. It's a front. So you have all these little tiny foreshadowing details from the very beginning that certainly you're not expected to pick up on your first playthrough, but that's one of the beautiful things about MGS2, that it's not the kind of game you play once. So if you put all these little details together from the very beginning, you can tell that there's plenty of foreshadowing details that you might be in some sort of fake setting. And to add to that, this fake setting is mostly based on what should be the player's thoughts and experiences and expectations from playing MGS1. If you play the shit out of MGS1, then you'll recognize some of the things, including the Colonel correcting himself there with the first call, when he says, "When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep." Now, why would he need to correct himself like that? Because, you know, either works, either word would convey the same meaning, but since you are supposed to have played the absolute shit out of MGS1 going into MGS2, it corrects itself down to the exact wording used in MGS1. So, and the Colonel will do this in that call, and we'll also do it in a few optional calls. Also telling you ahead of time that the entire time the Colonel was just repeating lines from MGS1. Now, it just so happens that for a majority of the game, majority of the settings, majority of the environment and stuff that you're in, the situations that you're put in, those lines apply. We're about to see the same thing actually in the next area. We're going to see the radar explanation, which is, again, word for word taken from MGS1. Just in MGS1, it's Mei Ling's words, but the Colonel repeats it word for word. The shaver is kind of a sad story. I want to pick it up, but whatever. So Blue Point fucked up. So the shaver only works halfway in the HD edition. So I guess we'll pick it up. This will change the scene with Pliskin. When we get the Mark 23 from Pliskin, Raiden will give him the shaver. But essentially what's wrong with it is that if you give Pliskin the shaver, Snake shows up clean shaven at the end in Arsenal gear. I guess Pliskin gave Snake the shaver somehow. They must have met. At least that's what's supposed to happen. However, since the HD collection does not have that model of Snake being clean shaven in gameplay, in the HD edition what ends up happening is that Snake is shaven in the codec but not in gameplay. So his gameplay and his cutscene model will still have the beard, but if you call him on the codec, he doesn't have the beard. Thanks, Blue Point Engine. That probably happened because one of the things that they did for the HD edition is that they changed all the models to the high detail models. Because the models have different levels of details depending on, how close they are, if it's a cutscene, gameplay, codec, whatever. My guess is they didn't have a high detail shaven Snake model for cutscenes and gameplay when he's around, but only for the codec. So they kind of fucked that up. The shaver is one of Blue Point's many fuck ups, but we'll still pick it up. Changes his cutscene, and we can much later on Arsenal gear. We'll see Snake being shaven in the codec, not in gameplay. Jeez, we're gonna be here a while, guys, because, like I said, I have a love-hate relationship with starting this part. There's so much shit to talk about. We covered all the fake things around Raiden and inside Raiden. But why does Raiden exist, right? I said before that the Colonel's lines, among a million other things, really, in MGS2, they are based on the player's expectations and experiences from playing MGS1. The correct way to go into MGS2 is to have played the absolute shit out of MGS1. You're supposed to, or the game expects you to remember, notice, and connect all the lines, the environment, the characters, their voices in Japanese. We didn't get the intended experience in English. And even the optional tutorial calls and stuff like that. So when much later in the game Otacon says, the Colonel is in part your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experiences. It's not just the Colonel, it's the entirety of MGS2's existence, down to the marketing for it. They're constantly playing with your expectations, like, oh, I played the shit out of MGS1, going into MGS2, I want more of that. I want more of those situations. And then it's all used to make the point of information control in MGS2, and how Raiden is unfit to exercise free will. But, okay, God, I can get really sidetracked here. Why does Raiden exist? Well, for one thing, the main reason that we play as Raiden for the majority of MGS2 and not Snake is because when Snake is on the screen as, a non-playable character, whether it's Pliskin or Snake himself later toward the end, whatever, that instantly makes the players pay more attention to him. And Snake is ultimately used to convey Kojima's thoughts and message in MGS2 of, kind of being your own man, find something to...
That would explain
fucking
everything.
hell. Thanks, Roy Players, for the bits. When Snake says find something to believe in and find it for yourself and pass it on to the future, that is the message in contrast with the Patriot's message, which is, we'll create context and interpret information for you. So MGS2 is kind of this struggle between the Patriots trying to control information, and Snake or Kojima telling you to find out for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on. And MGS1 and 2 have this in common, in which they are kind of like little life lessons that Kojima wants to pass on. MGS 1 about not being tied to your genetic fate, and MGS 2 about everything that is not in your genes. So memes, even though the word memes isn't actually used in MGS 2, the old pre-Zoomer definition of memes, as being everything that is passed on that is not in your genes. The shaver is in my jeans though right now. I put it in my pocket. So MGS 1, not be tied to your genetic fate. MGS 2 is find out for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on, everything that is not passed on genetically. So in MGS 2 you have all these relationships between characters which are non-blood related on purpose, and yet they have a relation in what to do and what somebody passes on to someone else. You have Emma and Otacon, who are not blood related, but she picks up, kind of his sciencey Metal Gear, whatever creation, follows in his footsteps. And then you have Raiden and Solidus, who are also not blood related, but you have Raiden, kind of be made into a child soldier and follow in Solidus' footsteps and everything that he taught him about war. And you have Stillman and Fat Man, who are also not blood related, but you have Fat Man following in Stillman's footsteps about his bomb disposal expertise and stuff like that. So you have all these characters. I'm probably forgetting some. You have all these characters that are not blood related, but pick up on, each other's legacy in some way. So it's all done on purpose. And then ultimately you have Snake telling Raiden or the player what to pick and what to, oh fucking hell, what to pass on. At the same time,
Raiden, that door is watertight.
God damn
Turn
it,
the handle to open.
shut up. At the same time, MGS 2 also served as a way for Kojima himself to pass on the series. And that completely and utterly failed, by the way, because all people could do back then was bitch about Raiden. And instead of picking up on that, we know how that ended. Kojima ended up having to make many more Metal Gear games after this, although of course the plan was not exactly for the series to end with MGS 2, but for Kojima to pass on the series to, he called it the next generation of Metal Gear developers. So he wanted to pass on the game to his team, and he wanted to stop making Metal Gear himself. He probably wouldn't, who the fuck knows what else Kojima would have done had not been forced to come back for MGS 3, but so MGS 2 is very meta in that aspect, in which it tells you to find something to pass on, and also is Kojima's way of passing on the series. But like I said, that completely failed. His team didn't get it, the players didn't get it, lots of bitching ensued, and then Kojima had to come back for MGS 3. There are still articles out there you can find where Kojima will use the word forced. He was forced to come back for MGS 3. So we have Raiden partially as a blank slate, at least initially. Rookie that has to serve as kind of like the receiving end of Kojima or Snake's message at the end. So that's a big part of the reason why we're playing as Raiden. Because if we played as Snake, what was Snake gonna do? Talk to the camera? I don't know. But Raiden really looks up to Snake. He's a Snake fanboy. He knows the VR missions. He knows Shadow Moses, partially at least. He doesn't know everything. And same thing with the players. In many aspects, Raiden is a reflection of the player. So you're this rookie, VR trained noob, blank slate, a guy who vaguely knows or remembers MGS1 and expects more of the same. And you really look up to Snake, and you want to be your badass action hero. And in many aspects, Raiden is like that. And the very fact that Raiden played MGS1 or played the VR missions, or hasn't played MGS1 or VR missions, if you start the plan from the menu like we just did, that happens if you tell the game that you haven't played MGS1. So long story short, Raiden is the player in many aspects for the vast majority of the game, until his past is revealed very, very, very late in the game, towards the end. So that's a big reason why you have to play as Raiden, not Snake, because you're both noobs and you're both looking up to Snake. When he's on screen, you will pay attention to what he does and what he says. And meanwhile, instead of the player being Snake, Kojima is Snake. Quite literally, at the end, Kojima puts his words and his message in Snake's mouth, Snake being the mouthpiece for Kojima's message at the end. But that's boring. A better reason as to why Raiden exists is because he's fabulous. Look at him. Oh, I'm so gay. Yeah, that was people's number one complaint, and what led to Rykov being a thing in MGS3, right? Believe it or not, but another reason that Raiden exists is that they interviewed a bunch of Japanese schoolgirls and asked them if they would ever play Metal Gear, and the answer was, for the most part, "Ew, I would never play a game about a grizzled old man like that. What is this? Ugh." So, in order to target that demographic, instead of rugged, grizzled old man, badass action hero, Solid Snake, they came up with something that little Japanese girls actually like. So, Raiden, in all his fabulous appearance, androgynous, blonde hair, pretty boy, handsome. So that's part of the reason why Raiden's design is so different than Snake's, and why he's so fabulous. And believe it or not, in my many years of streaming this game, I've actually seen that happen in action, in real time, in the chat. Lots of female viewers being like, "Oh my god, Raiden is so hot." Meanwhile, like, every guy with the idea, the classic idea of masculinity or whatever in his mind would be thinking, "Wow, Raiden is so gay," right? I mean, just look at him. But it works. I can tell you that it works. Like, girls like Raiden, even though, like, it might be hard for regular guys to grasp. It works. So, it worked in that department. Also, fun fact, when they did the motion capture for Raiden, the actor was not told whether he was, a guy or a girl. So, they tried to keep his movements as neutral as possible, not making it overly feminine or masculine. The problem with that is that the Japanese idea of neutral is probably a little different than, what people in the West might have. So, the result is that, yeah, maybe he's not that neutral for us, but when they did it, and in general, Kojima doesn't give a fuck about the English versions of his games anyway, so we did not get the intended experience on so many aspects in MGS2. One of them being, I guess, Raiden's motion capture, Raiden's voice, a lot of the other voice actors, casting choices, a lot of the translation lines. More on that later when we go through the rest of the game, but in many aspects, the more I learn about it, the more I realize that we did not get the intended experience at all in the English version, which probably contributed to the huge backlash that MGS2 received back in the day. If you weren't around back then, or you were too young to remember, or you just weren't into games yet, people did nothing but bitch about MGS2. Where's Solid Snake? I want to be Snake. What is this? And to this day, there will still be people who are like, Raiden's so gay. I want to play Snake. MGS2 sucks. And the irony of it being that Raiden is supposed to be, blank slate sort of character to represent the player at this point. Is supposed to be an MGS1 fanboy with no previous experience, and that's exactly what those guys who complain about Raiden are, and they don't even realize that, like, calling Raiden things, they're basically insulting themselves. But whatever. We'll see throughout the game that Raiden likes to bitch and be confused and be scared about things around him, and that is too a reflection of what a normal person might do in this situation. And a lot of it has to do with, being able to question what's going on around you in the reality that you're in. And Raiden's problem is that he applies real life logic to things a bit too much, and people don't like doing that in games.
I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
It's like Raiden is somewhere in between video game logic and real life logic, in which if you saw something crazy like, I don't know, Vamp or Fortune or, all the crazy shit in this game, and started questioning reality and being scared of it, nobody wants to do that in a video game. No, you just want to be a badass action hero and roll with it, right? And take care of it and kill the bad guys. Unfortunately, Raiden questioning reality and applying real-life logic to the events that he's thrown into make a lot of people uncomfortable, whether they realize it or not. If you were put in Raiden's situation, I guarantee that you would also be crying and screaming and be scared and wonder what the fuck is going on around you. So out of the many MGS1 parallels and connections, in MGS1, when you first get to the dock area, one of the first things you see is Liquid Snake going up the elevator. And here we see Solid Snake going up the elevator. There's more. There's an optional call here. It's a dead giveaway.
There's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar?
A radar system. Uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, You won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Right, if we don't do anything else here, just call the Colonel again. I'm actually curious to see if these calls are still here. Yep.
I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So this call is a dead giveaway of what's really going on and what I was talking about. It seems that apart from the little intro call there from picking plant in the menu, where Raiden doesn't talk about doing VR missions, it seems like the rest of the game doesn't really take that into account. So the optional call here and the other stuff, it does take it into account that Raiden remembers this place from being level 1 in the VR missions, and that can be looked at in a couple different ways. If you actually start the MGS1 VR missions and you do the most basic sneaking mission, level 1, it will start you up like this at the bottom left of the level, and then there's a little corridor. You go up, and then you go right. That's where the guard would be that you take care of or avoid, and then the goal would be to the top right. So this little kind of like S-shaped motion that you're doing is the whole level. And I know that there's more of this room and this level going on the right, but if you look at the original early design for the dock area, it was even closer to that VR mission I'm talking about. When you start at the bottom left and you go to the top right with the guards in between. So that would be the level 1 that he remembers. But the other way you can look at it is that, of course, this also closely resembles the first area in MGS1, in which you have the dock area with the crates, with the forklift, with the elevator, and then you see Liquid Snake go up and you see Solid Snake go up here. So either one of those interpretations really works. Whether Raiden is talking about his Shadow Moses experience that he went through in VR, or the actual level 1 sneaking mission in the actual VR missions game, those both kind of apply. And Raiden will be doing this throughout the game for a couple more VR missions where he will name an exact VR mission, mode and level and number and everything. And if you go to VR missions and look at that mission, it will resemble some sort of scenario that you find in MGS2. So, this is probably more about the VR mission itself, but as we know, Raiden is supposed to have gone through MGS1 as well. Again, if you tell this game that you went through MGS1 yourself. So the fact that Raiden, he kind of lives in the world where you can play MGS1 as a video game, but he doesn't realize that MGS2 is also a video game. So a lot of people will have something called the VR theory for MGS2, like, oh, is MGS2 just a simulation? Is MGS2 all fake? And the way that I look at it is that is MGS2 VR, or is it supposed to be real, And that is, of course, at the time that it was written, without counting for MGS4 bullshit. So was it always supposed to be a fake, simulation, or is it supposed to be like the real world? These events really happen. Well, here's how I look at it. The fact that it's referred to as VR, MGS1 is referred to as VR, and then the theory is MGS2 might also be VR. Is it VR? The answer is fuck yes. But it's not in the way that you might imagine, in which, it's supposed to be like I don't know, like there's the real world out there and the rest of Manhattan or whatever in the game, and then Raiden is in some sort of VR room with a VR headset, playing a fake representation of that world. No, the way that I look at it is that MGS2 is VR simply because it's a piece of software. So in that aspect, everything is VR, as in it's a piece of software running on a machine. There's actually an entire Snake Tale dedicated to this. So MGS1 is VR, as in it's virtual reality, as in it's a piece of software. And Raiden is kind of, or a lot of people having the VR theory, I don't think can really separate the two things. Or maybe a better way to put it is that they separate it too much. Like, I don't know, however you want to look at it, it's not that Raiden is sitting in some room in the game world with a VR headset on, like those god-awful digital graphic novels tend to suggest. But simply put, Raiden is in VR because MGS2 is a piece of software that you're running on the machine. So in that aspect, all games are VR. And the fact that there's also somehow that, Raiden referring to the fact that he played MGS1 in VR, he played the VR missions, that simply means that the player played MGS1, simply put. So in a lot of aspects, MGS2 is kind of pretending to be real life, referring to the fact that Raiden played MGS1 without also realizing that MGS2 is a VR, as in it's a piece of software. But that's my way to look at it. There are other interpretations. There are people who could swear that Raiden puts on a VR headset and, it's just the game world, but I really don't think it's that simple. I think it's constantly permeating between the real life world and the game world, pretending to be real life. And Metal Gear Universe does this all the time. Metal Gear Universe plays at being real life with, inserting real life historical events and people mixed in with of course, fictional characters and historical events. So I really do think that it's just a wordplay on the fact that MGS1 is a piece of software and Raiden, or the player, played MGS1 without realizing that they're also, in a piece of software in MGS2. MGS2 is kind of like, it's like a rat maze that Kojima puts you through. You might be thinking that he's just fucking with you. Like, he puts you through MGS2 with your expectations and experiences from MGS1, and, caught between the struggle between the Patriots message and Snake's or Kojima's message. And you might be thinking that Kojima's fucking with you the whole time, or trolling or betraying the audience or whatever. But I think in MGS1 and especially in MGS2, there's kind of like a benevolent message at the end of it. And Kojima kind of wanted people to figure out on their own, which completely and utterly failed. I will say again for the 5th time, probably. That there's no way that somebody, especially like a 12-year-old kid picking up MGS2 for the first time, could ever think or pick up on any of this, especially in the English version where we didn't get the intended experience. But it's actually much worse than that, because not even Kojima's team really understood any of that. And so we have MGS3, and in the way that it exists today, largely because of the huge backlash that MGS2 suffered. Anyway, let's do some shit here.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against
You
them.
look lost. I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
See, so the real reason that we can't pick up enemy weapons, because clearly the PS2 could have done that, even PS1, honestly, but the real reason that we can't pick up enemy weapons is because that was not a mechanic in MGS1. And it would have changed things quite a bit if you could do that, because weapons act as key items in MGS1 and 2. So when the Colonel says, find the item box, those items are yours to use at will, Raiden says, okay, I know those. You should know this from VR training. Okay, I know those. And he was like instantly reassured, because that's what he's familiar with. That's what we had in VR missions in MGS1. So as long as the pattern kind of matches what Raiden expects from his MGS1 training, or, you know, the player would expect from having played MGS1, those two things are basically interchangeable. So when I say Raiden's expectations, the player's expectations, they're the same. And as long as everything conforms to that, then Raiden is okay. He's relaxed and, you know, put at ease in his environment with the mechanics that he knows and everything. But as soon as something deviates from that, that's when Raiden starts freaking out, starts, you know, asking the Colonel what the fuck is going on, starts, you know, you start having to have Rose kind of calm him down and get him to do stuff. So, for example, the C4, his disposal of C4s, that's a pretty good example, because that's a thing that was not an MGS1. Raiden starts freaking out. Vamp, you know, his powers, Fortune. Raiden freaks out over all of those, and every time that happens, he starts bitching to the Colonel, and then Rose has to come in and calm him down. Bro Noob, thank you for 62 months. Finished Army with a 3 months. Saw this one with 106. Thank you. Streamers are too in love with the sound of their own voice to play the game. Yeah, there's probably, I'm not really looking at the chat while I do all this, but there's probably a pretty good amount of people always bitching when I do this, because we're not moving forward, because they don't realize how crucial of a change, a key moment in the series it is to start playing as Raiden. So there's a lot of shit to talk about, and it's impossible to just stretch it out. Perhaps one of MGS2's biggest flaws is, the pacing could be better, and there's a lot of shit to talk about. And there's a lot of tutorial calls and a lot of stuff at the beginning of the plant, even though you're already done on the tanker. But you may not have played the tanker under the right conditions, so that kind of gets a pass. It exists for a reason. Mazaru, thank you for gifting the sub to Hosen Applewhite. Thank you. But yeah, I did say when I started that I have a love-hate relationship with this part, because I love talking about it. But there's a lot of shit to talk about. People get pissed, and, you know, you always have that guy who's like, what the fuck are you doing? Play the game. And the irony of it being, you know, that I'm talking about people bitching about Raiden, or bitching about not getting enough action or whatever as Snake, not being their badass action hero. The irony of it all being that we get bitched at in the chat as well. Oh well. The nerd. Let's do some nerd stuff. Zara with the 56 months also, thank you. There's a few things we can do. For one thing, this screen was kind of nerfed in the HD edition, in which it only has codename, birthday, nationality. In the original, it had 2 more fields. It had sex and it had blood type. They removed those for some reason, maybe so people don't dox themselves with their blood type. I have no idea. They also hide the birthday year. The birth year is question marks now. But yeah, in the original, you would have codename, sex, birthday, nationality, and blood type. What's blood type for? So that Konami can hunt you down and harvest your organs clearly. That's why they thought it was a little dangerous. Now, it's because regular dog tags always have blood type on them, so that's part of it. This is what's going on Raiden's dog tag at the end of the game. So there's a few names that we can enter. Oh, Bad Humans is here. Great. He probably knows. I only know of a couple, and honestly, I just like to show off a couple of the names. There's a whole bunch of different developer names that you can enter, and it will change the rest of the information to their information. Of course, we can enter Big Guy's name. Kojimballs. Hideo Kojimballs. Oh wait, that's not how you spell it. Luckily, there's a bullshit button here. So if we enter Kojima's name, look at the rest of the information. As soon as I hit enter, it will change to his information. Except now the birth year is hidden. It would be it would be 1963, but maybe he was starting to feel old or something. So yeah, now they're hiding the year now. And the nationality, there's actually two things that say Japan here. This one actually says Konami Japan. And let me fix that real quick. So Konami kind of owns you since birth, I guess. You're Konami property when you were born. So his nationality was Konami Japan. But today it would just be Japan. Let me fix that. Yeah. But since there is no sex or blood type fields, we'll never know which sex Kojima actually is. Or his blood type. What was his blood type? On PS2. Like A, B, I don't remember. Bad Humans probably knows. Konami Japan. Anyway. I just want to put something else. No, wait, I just do regular Japan. And another name that we can enter is, of course, Shinkawa. So typing on this thing is a pain in the ass. As soon as we enter Shinkawa's information, again, Konami Japan at the time. And look at his birthday. No wonder he's so good at what he does. He's Japanese Jesus. Actually, yeah, Shinkawa's birthday is coming up soon. Nice. So these are the two that I like to show off because, you know, kind of Kojima and Shinkawa are kind of like the two most important, influential people in the development team, I would say. You know, always, because Shinkawa isn't just, you know, an artist who designs the characters and the mechs and stuff like that. He also like works really closely with Kojima to come up with the concepts for the characters and stuff. So I would probably say that Shinkawa would be number 2. I'm not sure how accurate it is these days. Seemed to be the point, the case at the time. But yeah, there's a bunch of other names which I do not remember any of that we can input in here. There's that interview where Shinkawa was talking about designing Vamp and how Kojima came out to him and told him that it would be a vampire and I'm just you, and it was like, what the fuck? Oh, fuck. Well, don't worry, Shinkawa. You'll never have to design another face again because Kojima just uses actors now. So, his work got a little easier now. He will never have to come up with another character's face ever again. They already have their actor face. Maybe he'll come up with, like, I don't know, the rest of the character design, like their outfits and stuff. But as for faces, yeah, we don't need to design faces anymore. Fucking hell. Anyway. Konami of Konami Japan. Is there something that we could... Oh, of course. Today is the 18th. If we put today's date, we get a little... Wait, what the fuck? My PS3's date is not... God damn it, what is my PS3's date? Fuck. Shit. What day does it think it is? Oh, it thinks it's January. Okay, so if we put today's date, we get a little happy birthday in the corner. My PS3 is 1 month in advance because we killed the end with it. To make the end die of old age, I moved my clock 1 month in advance. So yeah, my PS3 thinks it's January 18th. So that's why we're getting happy birthday. Yeah, you killing old people with your PS3. Especially if you have a fat PS3, you can probably use it to smack someone in the head. And yeah, you could kill old people with your PS3. It's a blunt object. It gives killing the end a whole different meaning. Anyway, if we spend too much time in this screen, sometimes there's a bug in which the guards are supposed to be asleep or not asleep anymore. We'll see. North Korea. Due to recent events, Konami has moved their headquarters to North Korea, where they are more in tune with with the culture. Due to their recruiting and development conditions. Perfect. So here we can further change the options. And remember, these are the in-game options in the in-game menu, but Raiden goes around changing these, you know, in the game's environment too. So this is kind of like the interface for the node itself that Raiden would be using, further adding to, you know, the VR theory, the fact that I'm used to as just a piece of software as I look at it. But you know, there's people who just fully think, oh, I'm just using VR in its own world, whatever. The fact that you're going around changing options in the in-game menu, in the in-game environment, also supports that. However, for the HD edition, they did something stupid. One of the many stupid things that they did. Look at this. There is a back to title screen button right next to the exit button. And do you guys think that this asks for confirmation if you accidentally hit it in the middle of the game? Yeah, no, it doesn't. It just instantly back to the title screen. Fuck your save, fuck everything you've done up until now. If you accidentally hit this, you're done. You lose everything. It wasn't there in the original, of course, so that wasn't a problem. But you do have to hit exit to leave here, so it's a little dangerous. It's too close. Ask me how I know that it doesn't ask for confirmation. So yeah, more blue point mastery there.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now.
Let me explain about your Soliton radar system.
Oh, nice. That line is
The
extra.
bright dot in the middle is
And
you,
this is
Raiden.
Mei Ling's explanation, word for
The
word.
red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather. But if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane!
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well.
What's up with this
I'll
guy?
keep trying till I hear the
What's
answer.
up with this guy?
I'm gonna let you go now, Jack.
What the heck are
Take
you
care.
talking about?
What's up with this guy? Alright, time to start slapping people in the dick.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
That's not it.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay
Dick slapping, but from behind, so kind of looks like a butt tap. They didn't have a different animation for slapping them in the butt until MGS3. Clearly, the better game. I suppose there's anything interesting here.
Raiden, the elevator is there.
Real.
Get on quickly and get to the upper part of the big shell.
Probably, yeah.
We'll talk about Rose in a bit. Oh boy, oh joy. Who doesn't love Rose? And the fact that Rose is so hated actually is a testament to the fact that her character is well designed, because that's kind of the point.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
A couple other M1 connections, parallels here. Some of these are really obvious and some are really obscure. When Rose shows up, the first thing she says is she'll be keeping a record of all the conversations you've had with him, Colonel, and all that stuff. That's what happens at the end of MGS1. There's an optional call to meeting, but even if you don't do that, at the end of MGS1, Campbell also mentions that he has a hard copy of all the conversations that Mei Ling made. So, first thing, Rose shows up on Mei Ling's frequency, in charge of the same stuff to save the game and stuff. The first thing she says, I'll be keeping a hard copy of all the conversations you have with him, Colonel. And then, when you come up here and it's daytime, Colonel says, you never have VR training in daytime after all. The entirety of MGS1 takes place at night, with the exception of the very, very, very end, where you're not playing anymore at that point. It's just a cutscene, where it's dawn, I guess. But oh, missed me. But the entirety of MGS1 takes place at night, and could also be a reference to the fact that there is no natural light in VR missions. It's all, VR construct and whatnot. But this is the first time we're playing in daytime. And that's also connection. Let's see. Let's try to rush in there and slap some birds before they get away. Fuck. Damn it. Didn't get any. Complete fail. If you do it right, you can get some birds with a kick. Now they'll never come back down. I refuse to, at least it's not an official channel emote, give Ashley Wood's art any emote slots. Fuck that. Why would you do that? Anyway, okay. God, there's so much shit to go over.
What's up, Jack?
Not sure how I feel about that.
I think if we say now, we just get the same call as we would get after Pliskin shows up.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow
Not a
is?
chance. That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
So the fact that people really hate Rose, to me, is a testament to how realistic her character is. Because Rose is kind of there to give Raiden a little bit more humanity than Snake, because, you know, Snake is this kind of like legendary action hero video game character, and Raiden is more like a rookie, down-to-earth, blank slate, talks about normal everyday things and has normal everyday emotions throughout the game, like being scared, bitching, or whatever. So in order to make Raiden a little bit more human, you have all these conversations with Rose. You would never hear Snake talk about how he likes to eat lobster, or, you know, talking about the movies and shit with like Raiden does with Rose. Or what else is there? His empty room. You never hear Snake talk about his empty room that he only uses for sleeping. So, I think Rose might be the most realistic character in the series. It's actually really well done. Maybe thanks to the fact that she is based on Kojima's own experience with women. So the thing about Rose constantly asking Raiden if he remembers what day tomorrow is, that's actually a real life thing that happened to Kojima, where he forgot his anniversary, and that led to like a crisis in his marriage. His wife got mad at him over it. But Rose is not only based on Kojima's wife, but Kojima's ideal woman, and probably a bunch of experiences with, you know, I would imagine also other real life relationships that Kojima had. And I can tell you, some of those save calls get dangerously close to reality that I've also experienced myself. So, but like I said, Rose is kind of there to give Raiden a little bit more humanity, talk about more mundane, everyday things in relationships, and also, since she's so close to him and knows him, you know, inside out, living with him and knowing his habits and stuff, she is the perfect candidate to, you know, have the Patriots spy on Raiden and judge Raiden and accuse Raiden of all the things that, you know, normal people do, and why they're not qualified to exercise free will. Towards the end, you know, the big conversation with the Patriots at the end, Rose points out all the things are honestly like human habits and mistakes that everybody's guilty of to some degree, and the Patriots kind of use that as a reason as to why Raiden or humanity is unfit to decide what information to create and pass on, and so the Patriots have to do it for us. So that's kind of her role, and it's kind of it works. Like, if we listen to that conversation, I know it's not for a while because that's at the end of the game, but if you do all of Rose's save calls, you will learn about, you know, little everyday life and conflicts and habits and shit that Raiden has and Rose has a problem with. And oh wow, I'm so cool. To further kind of make Raiden into more of a rookie and a joke. You know, you would never see Snake fucking slip on bird shit, but unless you play Snake Tales, but those are an afterthought. So that was never the idea, to have Snake also slip on bird shit. Like, oh cool, an item, yay! Oh fuck. Throughout the game, we see characters sort of disrespect Raiden in many different ways in the game in general. That's one of them. As opposed to Snake, yeah. Anyway, let's do a few more calls here. Dude, those hello fresh meals come with snakes. No, but you can swap out the protein. Maybe snake is an option.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. Cross the connecting bridge between Strut A and B. You can get to the connecting bridge from the first floor. Get down from the roof to the first floor.
Get real.
The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
I didn't pick up the thermal goggles, no. It's just a tiny thing that when Raiden says, I won't have to use the IR goggles, he actually leaves them behind right there where you start in the little pool of water. But you can go back in and get them. But there are many locations where you can pick them up in the game, so it doesn't really matter.
I see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
I see a lot of birds. Let's take a look. Really bad humans? That would have been silly. But at least that leads to a game over, you know, you're doing something wrong. What's that? I think I noticed the birds too, Colonel. So if we keep looking up here, we can collect sorta, mayonnaise? There's some phantom pain on Raiden. Or some MGS4 artificial blood. This is the origin of Raiden's blood in MGS4. Juicy. And it does stay on your screen until you let go first person. Imagine if it stayed the whole game, like if you do it, it's like ruined forever. But throughout the game, you will have all these effects on the first person camera, and a couple of them actually didn't make it into the HD edition because Bluepoint was too busy crashing their balls or something. But you have the bird poop, and oh, there's another one. You have the blood, you have the camera, the broken lenses effect, the broken camera effect when you die in first person. If you shoot someone, especially in the heart, all the blood will be all over the camera if you're close to them in first person. There's a little droplets of water or piss, depending on where you are. That's the one that didn't make it into the HD edition. When you're out in the rain on the tanker, or when the guy is taking a piss on Raiden, or when Vamp jumps in and out of the water during the boss fight, there's supposed to be little droplets of water / piss on the camera if you're looking in first person, but like I said, they fucked that one up. Those just don't exist in HD. Yeah. I don't know. Might have forgot something. This is the blood, the camera, the piss, water, the bird shit. Oh yeah, the bugs. If you blow up a bunch of those bugs we saw, they also end up on the camera. I wonder if there's any more that I'm forgetting right now. Anyway, let's do the rest of the calls here.
Raiden, you can climb onto anything up to
Not a chance.
He's talking about that. Let's just get it. I'm next to it.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat.
Okay, so this is just a little tutorial call. We don't really need to hear the controls. However, if you were here for the MGS1 in-depth run that I did a few days back, I talked about the current review call. So if we now get that in MGS2, I think in MGS2 is actually split into two. The camera and the making noise.
Do you think the terrorist ringleader is really solid?
First we have
Yes,
to do
I
all
do.
these story calls.
During the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
A hero?
yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake
ignore
is the
me.
terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent
Listen
you
when
can't
someone's talking to
underestimate.
you.
Understood?
Don't ignore me.
Don't ignore me.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the
making any
Big Shell,
sense.
oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil.
Strange.
You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater.
babble.
Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A
You're not
first,
making
and
any
all of the
sense.
larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a two-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility's structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
So the little overview of how the Big Shell actually works to clean the environment. You might think that's just a little joke at the end there. Oh, I used a brochure. But if she had actually used the military database that, you know, is accessible by them, they would not have actually found any of this because the Big Shell doesn't actually do any cleaning. That's just the public available information on the brochure that has the details of it, because none of that actually happens. There's not much cleaning going on. So it's more than just a little joke where Rose kind of dismisses Raiden there, but also because that's just public lies, basically. It's rigged. It's a conspiracy. If only oil leaks existed. What's that?
Move in close to the enemy when you...
Not a chance.
Another tutorial call here.
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the Big Shell sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
She also has individual calls for each strut that we're in.
Move in behind the enemy and push the way...
Another tutorial call.
Raiden, push the art...
I don't feel like it.
I don't feel like it. Tell me about corner view.
Once you see the codec screen,
What?
Raiden, when you're flattened against a corner,
Definitely.
you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and
right.
move ahead undiscovered.
I don't know.
Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options.
So this is a tiny detail, but when he says strafing is allowed, unlike VR training. It means that you can press R2 and L2. And whenever the controls are different in MGS2 than they are in MGS1, that's how they refer to it in training. Because VR training, Raiden's VR training, is largely, MGS1 and MGS1 VR missions. So they're talking about MGS1 controls. So whenever the controls are different, that's why it says unlike MGS1, basically, unlike VR training. And it has its context and its meaning in MGS2 because Raiden's VR training is supposed to be MGS1. But it's also kind of like inherited in MGS3, even though it makes no sense whatsoever in the context and the timeline. They also refer to as the previous game as... Whoa, that was quick. I wasn't even looking up. They refer to the different controls as the controls in the previous game. Wow, I didn't know that shit could do that. Wow, so did they just shit sideways? And ooh, that was another one, I think. But the really interesting corner view call is the next one, where they explain where you can make noise. So again, if you were here for the MGS1 corner view call, in the in-depth run I did a few days back, I talked about this. Let's see if we get it now.
According to the SEAL Team 10...
Definitely not.
They always have to tell you where to go first.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
What? So this might just be a little tutorial call where they tell you which button to press to do what. But you can see, like, when the Colonel corrects himself at the beginning, when he says reach you, contact you, you can see that he's using the exact same wording from MGS1. And for the most part that works because it applies to the radar tutorial, the codec tutorial. But this is kind of like the AI doing its job a little too literally. Because that is the exact exchange in MGS1 between Snake and Naomi. If you do the corner view call in MGS1, then Naomi will accuse Snake of being good at deception, and Snake will flirt with her, saying only beautiful women like yourself. So you can see from the very beginning in MGS2, the Colonel is taking the entirety of the conversation in block and repeating it in MGS2 due to the player's expectations and experiences. But you can almost call this, the AI doing it a little too good of its job, doing its job a little too well, too literally. Because yeah, if you take the tutorial call, it works because it's the same mechanic. But since that call in MGS1 had a little interaction thrown in, a little extra thrown in, that extra is now in MGS2 as well, even though it has nothing to do with anything else that's going on here. It's purely because it's been taken in block from MGS1 and what should be your expectations and experiences from MGS1 and put into MGS2. That's another little foreshadowing detail what the AI is doing. And later on, when the Colonel gets infected by the virus, the same thing happens. So the virus doesn't actually mess up that part of the AI that badly. Because right now the Colonel is taking lines from MGS1, and they mostly apply, so you can tell here and there that, something's going on with these foreshadowing details I'm talking about. But later, when the Colonel is affected by the AI, the virus, that part that takes lines from another game and repurposes them in MGS2, the only part of that that's broken is that he starts taking lines from other games or from other contexts in MGS1 that don't apply. So he still does the same thing. So while it might seem completely random and wrong for the Colonel to start talking about, the Metal Gear 1 briefing, or you got a PSG-1, shoot Sniper Wolf, It's the same thing. He's already doing it. It's just that the virus fucks up where in MGS1 and other games he's taking the lines from and repurposing them. But this is already going on because he already took that line from MGS1's tutorial call and reused it in its entirety in MGS2. So later we'll get other lines, you know, infiltrate the enemy fortress, outer heaven, or you got a PSU-1, use it to save Meryl. So it's the same thing that's going on there. And I thought that's a really interesting detail if you just know about both calls in MGS1 and 2. But yeah, it's crazy that they expected people to play the absolute shit out of MGS1 so much that you would connect those dots, that you would remember that interaction between Snake and Naomi in MGS1 and do the same call in MGS2 and kind of connect the dots. It's not something you're going to do on your first playthrough for sure. But we could already see the AI in action, taking lines from MGS1 and putting them in their entirety in MGS2, and it works. For the codec, for the radar explanation, and for the corner view thing right here. There's a few more. It's not just codec calls, it's a lot of all the obstacles, the environments, the enemies, and more prominently the lines and the characters' voice actors. Again, not in English because they fucked up the English version of this game so bad. The people who did the localization, translation, and voice casting had no fucking idea that those things were supposed to be connected to MGS1's experience. So they just reinterpreted everything and changed everything. But I will be pointing that out as we come across all these little things that are supposed to be MGS1 connections. And like I said, some are really obvious and some are more obscure. But throughout MGS2, there's all of these things that are supposed to remind you of MGS1 or reused from MGS1 to make the player or Raiden feel at ease, you know, with what they're familiar with. I don't want to do this call yet. Hold on.
Raiden, the elevator's gone down. There's no need for you to return to the deep sea dock. Proceed with the mission.
Same thing as MGS1. Again, in MGS1, once you go up to the heliport, you can never take that elevator back down to the dock. Now in MGS2 you can because of the bombs, but we don't know that yet, and the bombs are one of those mechanics are not coming from MGS1's experience. That actually has an entirely different origin, and we'll cover that later, but it's another thing in MGS1. Once that elevator is at the heliport, you can never go back to the dock.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up. You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
The voice change there, unfortunately, it can get confusing because there's already some voice changes going on in the story because of the lore and because of what's going on in the story, but that voice change is just bullshit because they had to re-record some lines for the HD edition, because you cannot say the word analog stick anymore in the HD edition. So every time the controls explain analog, they have to re-record it, which was re-recorded, you know, like 10 years later in different environment, different microphone, different studio. So it sounds different. All the actors had to come back and re-record the lines where it said analog stick. Yep.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
Analog stick is a Sony trademark patent term. So, since they had to release the game on, you know, Xbox or whatever. But it's weird, because there was already a version of MGS2 on Xbox. So, yeah, I don't know. Why the fuck they re-recorded instead of just using the, I don't know. But yeah, the PC version, which is basically just a port of the Xbox version. And the Xbox version itself, they use different lines. Yep. Blue Balls Entertainment. The translation errors, yes, of course, they didn't change anything in terms of the translation. They only changed a couple lines in the HD edition for the thing that we were just talking about, the analog stick. So, they would have had to re-record the entire game and change all the voice actors to fix it. That was not gonna happen. Retranslate, recast, re-record everything to get the proper experience. And even then it wouldn't work very well.
I'll leave the first floor to you, okay? Understood.
Because you would have things like Ames being the stand-in for the DARPA chief. And in Japanese, they have the same voice actor, but like the DARPA chief is black and Ames is white, so like Ames would have to sound black. I don't know. It wouldn't work.
Colonel,
But in Japanese, it doesn't matter because they have neutral accents for everything.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it. Yep.
That's wrong. Props to, oh shit. The skull. Decoy Octopus. Yeah. For making that voice work.
Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around.
What's that supposed to mean?
You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how
Definitely
to do it.
not.
First.
Hey, shut up, I know the controls. Yo, Dim, so you didn't... so what are we doing? Because, hold on guys, I'm trying to do some under the table deal with Dim over DMs here. So are you sending the whole thing? Or what? You didn't specify. We have a couple things we have to look at here. And actually, this guy is gonna wake up soon, so... Mountain Dew, thank you for the 102 months. I'm just gonna kill him. Fuck it. Wake up, it's time to die. Okay. They actually have cameras in the dock area, but nobody seems to look at these monitors. And if you look around the dock, I don't think you can actually see any cameras, but it's cool that they have that is the dock area we were just in. Also, the Colonel is nanomachine, cybernetic expert, hacker guy, hacker mans. Which is also very out of place, out of character for the Colonel.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
Oh, fuck. Alright, sorry guys, I have to solve this shit with them. Ah, this shit sucks. It's not Dim did an oopsie, it's just that, I don't know. What do?
According to the SEAL Team 10 community.
Yeah, the Colonel using
If you find an item,
nanomachines upload code to give Raiden access to that's also very out of character. You know, it would be very much out of character for the real Campbell. So, you know, something is up there. God, this thing is so fucked because of the price and because of the character limit. I'm trying to figure out a deal with him, but God, it is not working in our favor. No, I don't have notes. I just know the facts. I mean, everything just comes to mind as we go through the game, and especially for MGS 2, you also have to keep in mind shit that is, you know, much later in the game, but connects with stuff from early in the game. Because there's a lot of foreshadowing going on, so when you're talking about the Colonel repeating the same things word for word, you're also talking about, you know, the entirety of the rest of the game being based on those same expectations and experiences from him, just one, or like Otacon's line about it being the entirety of the game that's based on those things. That comes much later in the game. So, okay, so what the fuck do I do? Let's go get the M9. Yes, I cannot. No. You don't have the context of this. And then we had to come up with some shit.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president.
Is he safe?
He is safe.
What about the package?
Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money.
Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home.
Roger that. Holy!
Alpha Zero, report.
Damn it! Cover the president!
Come in, Alpha Zero.
This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that...
Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the President's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
No, we're going to Strut F. What about the package?
Nothing here.
Alright, so before we pick up the gun, let's do the rest of the calls here because there's a really interesting call when you pick up the gun.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The President is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The President's life is at stake here.
Nah.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEAL said? The President is in trouble.
Definitely
Head
not.
for...
Oh, who cares?
Strut F is the storage center. I think a variety of materials for maintenance of the big shell are stored there. There might be something that would come in handy. Why don't you look around?
Definitely not.
An item box can sometimes fall out while moving an enemy's body. Pick it up quickly.
Bullshit, there's no items in European Extreme.
Once you put a chokehold on an enemy, keep in mind, Raiden, that this is a covert mission.
know.
There's a lot of them and only one of you. You'll be surrounded in no time if
Get
they discover
real.
your presence.
I think that's also really close to calling him just one.
Raiden, didn't you hear what
That's
the
not
SEAL
it.
said?
Come on, give me the Strut F call.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the...
What the fuck? Maybe when we're out here.
Select a weapon and switch to first... You can straight.
He's giving me all the tutorial calls right now, but there should be a call with Rose explaining. Oh wait, she already did. I'm dumb. We already got that call. Okay, now we can pick up the M9. And Raiden is not actually as dumb as he looks, or people assume he is. Because there's a bunch of calls like this where he kind of gets suspicious of things. One of which is when we find a gun here.
Handguns are aimed by pushing down the weapon button. But if you release the button gently, you can lower the gun without firing.
I guess that means you can hold up someone without shooting them.
Yay! Does this call even exist on your Pixie on Xbox? Because there's no pressure sensitivity. Whatever. Totally different.
Right, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
So you can see he gets suspicious that there's a gun here, and whenever he gets suspicious, They always tell him, yeah, there's no time for theories. Armchair theories at that. Don't think, you know, just don't worry about it. That's one of the many calls. There's a call when the president dies where Raiden pretty much figures out the whole thing. Oh shit. That's gonna be a problem.
What's going on? Respond.
Shit. That wasn't a headshot?
Carry out an investigation immediately.
Ah.
Freeze!
Bit of a mess, but we're here to get the porn. Shit. I always fail that roll there. Oh fuck.
Freeze!
Punch him in the dick. Where is his dick? Ah, fuck this. What a fucking disaster. Well, we got the porn. And we got out. This is the earliest you can find porn. And it's important to have porn when you get to the bathroom, so you can fap in the bathroom stall with it. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, when the president dies, Raiden pretty much figures out that it's an MGS1 simulation. There's another call very similar to this one, where he's like, yeah, you're thinking too much, Raiden. You're tired. Don't think about it. Fuck. Oh wait, this guy's dead. I was waiting for him to turn. What's the book about? Publication with adult-oriented material, full of girly photos and interesting columns. I read them for the articles. Yeah, we need to have one in our hand.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you
Why
will
don't
fall.
you do it?
Remember, the Colonel has no arms, so he can't do that. Let's go. It's an assault clipazine magazine. There, I just assaulted him with that magazine. It looks like assault magazines are a real thing after all. Oh, fuck.
Raiden, the president should be somewhere in Strut B where you are now. His life is in danger. Hurry.
Definitely not.
Well, he has no forearms and no hands, so he can't go into hanging.
Strut B is a generator facility that generates electricity for the big shell. The first floor is its substation.
Alright, so here's a very obvious MGS1 parallel, the bloody hallway. So this one's hard to miss. It's a high capacity. There's at least 11 pages of porn in here, so that's a high capacity porn magazine. Is Raiden gonna go around with the magazine now? Because usually, if you don't pick up the M9, he won't have a gun in this cutscene. And then after, once you have both the M9 and the Mark 23, the cutscenes will actually change depending on which one you have equipped last. Okay, it's the M9, it's not the magazine. Raiden 4 is a disaster. Raiden might be one of the most ruined characters in any piece of media ever in MGS4, so there's your answer. Somebody was asking, when does Rose become the AI? Well, it's not clear throughout the game. A lot of it is, like many things in MGS2, kinda up to you. But I would say that when she encourages Raiden to do shit that he doesn't want to do, you know, pushed by the Colonel, and then he starts freaking out, and then Rose has to come in to calm him down and convince him to do whatever the Colonel wants him to do. It's probably a good indication of it. Clearly the conversation right before started is she's an AI. But other than that, you know, it's really up for interpretation. That's just my interpretation. Whenever they talk about their personal shit and relationship nonsense, it's probably not the AI, but the AI also has experience in Raiden's habits and shit that it picked up from the relationship, so yeah. A lot of it is, like I said, up to you to decide and interpret and possibly pass on. But people simply are not ready for that. You need to be told what to do, what to believe in, what's real and what isn't. Hence MGS 3. It's in the very call in the game itself. You know? Soar through the sea of trash you make and interpret its meaning for future generations. The blood, there's different versions of how bloody the scene is depending on region, platform. I think, fuck, I don't remember. Maybe, and also Sons of Liberty versus Substance. I think maybe the PAL Sons of Liberty is the bloodiest one. I don't remember. Not Marvin Geekas. And he gets shot in the face too.
What are you?
Ah shit, I shot Vamp in the face.
Five today. Or rather, six.
That makes sense, FIFA. Okay, so the first version releases the one with more blood. MGS2 actually came out in the US before it came out in Japan, but for by a week, a few days, 2 weeks maybe.
Get down.
So the first ever released version is the US Sons of Liberty, and that's the one with the most blood. Nice. I think I have that somewhere. We should do a playthrough of it. What did Three Dog do with his mic? What? Three Dog has like $5,000 worth of audio compressor equipment, and I highly doubt that he makes best use of it. I remember he spent like 2, 3, $5,000 on that shit. It's like, god damn it, really? Oh boy. Three Dog is kind of, you know, I'm more than happy to help him, but I don't know about his tech literacy.
Smell. smell like... Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Vamp can smell Snake and tell that he's related to Solidus. That's what he's about to say
Are you a
there.
Navy SEAL?
You smell like
How did you get in?
Fast rope
shit.
descent from a Navy chopper.
or like Solidus. You know? And the bug here is to show the Snake is lying. Sorry,
Have I seen you
Pliskin is
before?
lying.
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
So since he went through the same way that we did, he
I
saw
was
that
part
we
of
see
the
the same
Army's
bugs.
Force 21 trials.
Force 21. That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced,
That's a mistranslation, by the way.
but realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age. That's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
Now that Snake model is from the VR missions trailer.
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
Who the fuck is this guy? What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
If you look at the script, or maybe it's the original game plan. Oh, we're getting this tutorial here because we started at the plant. Oh, that's weird. Because we didn't get the one... Oh my god! No way! It missed... No, it just doesn't do anything. Okay, so... This doesn't usually happen here because we would be getting this tutorial if you played the tanker first, with the M9 Snake shooting out the light during the cutscene. But since I manually started the plant from the menu without doing the tanker, the game thinks I haven't done the tanker, so we've got the tutorial here. I actually didn't know that Raiden did the same thing. Jump out shot tutorial, and then I thought it tried to shoot the light and missed, but it seems like you can't shoot out this light anyway, so not that big of a deal. But I almost wanted to say that's more Blue Point nonsense, because throughout the game, when you have these kind of forced gameplay sections where it's gameplay, but you know, it's kind of like a cutscene where the character moves on itself by itself. Almost all of these have the controls slightly off. Where if you see in the original it works, but in the HD edition, the camera is pointing slightly off somewhere, or the aim will be slightly off, the direction will be slightly off. So when I saw that first shot miss, I thought that was more blue point nonsense, because it kind of hit below the light. So I don't know about that. There's another example of it, like when Raiden does the flip in strut A, right when you come off the roof. In the original, it's straight. In the HD edition, he goes sideways a little bit, like that. Same when you're looking at the control units, actually. On the Shell 1-2 connecting bridge, the camera will be looking slightly above it in the HD edition instead of actually looking at the control unit. Anyway, yeah, that surprised me, because I haven't done that in ages, just starting the plant from the menu. Anyway, we had some great timing here. Who the fuck is this guy? Who did that? Thanks for the bits. Roleplayers, I think, did that. That was amazing, actually. Crimson Fox, thank you for the tier 2. 49 months, fancy, thank you so much for your support. Pravix, the 51 months, also, thank you. So let's take a look at a few things here before we move on. We can fuck with Snake a little bit. Get the call about this guy. And how do you know that this is an important character? Well, his gun, his higher resolution. That's Snake's M4. That's a random dude's M4. Ugh. Difference probably isn't as jarring in the original, but it's pretty bad. Look at the stock. Look at that. Versus that. Oh shit. Much more detailed. So Snake's frequency is 141.80. This was, you know, Master's frequency in MGS1, and this sort of became the mentor frequency. It's also the boss's frequency in MGS3. And MGS4, they try giving this to Raiden, and at first when he appears, he does kind of try to teach Snake things, but whatever, it doesn't really work out much in MGS4. But anyway, 141.80 being the mentor frequency. The character does a 180. I don't know if that's exactly why it is 180, but of course you have, you know, Master turns out to be Liquid in MGS1, so it's somebody who has this mentor sort of role, but also, you know, is hiding something. They're concealing their identity, or, you know, they're gonna betray you in some way. And this happens throughout, you know, just 1, 2, 3. Snake posing as Pliskin, and then of course the boss betraying Snake in MGS3 and all that stuff. So 141.80 is sort of like the mentor who's gonna betray you in some way, or is hiding something frequency. 96 can be read as save. Oh, really? Interesting. I had no idea. 180 is because the character does a 180. I don't know about that. Shit. I mean to call the Colonel, but okay.
Raiden, forget about that guy.
I see.
I think you should just let him sleep.
Return to your duties. Head for the BC connecting bridge. Be quick about it.
Forget about that guy. He magically knows if we're aiming at him, even though he's asleep.
Think you can shoot?
Yes.
He's asleep?
You put him to sleep, Raiden. We will be getting the same calls. So we got more familiar MGS-1 items, cigarettes, and the Mark 23. So Raiden is okay with this. He sees nothing wrong with this. Like, I expect this from playing MGS-1. And conveniently, just so happens that the SEALs do have the option to carry the Mark 23. But this isn't actually supposed to be like Snake's Mark 23, I guess. Especially the other day we were looking at some artwork in the document of MGS2. And there's other SEALs carry Mark 23s. So it works out well because we would expect to use the MGS-1 gun. As an MGS-1 fanboy.
What are you trying to do, kid?
I wonder if I can hide exactly behind this. Oh god.
Think you can shoot that thing? Moron.
Hahaha, it works. There's a safe spot.
What are you thinking?
We can't exactly kill him, but we can fuck with him a little bit. Just stare.
Moron.
I actually didn't know that there's a safe spot right in front of him. That's perfect.
Damn, kid.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
They should get mad over shooting him.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely there as well. The BC connecting bridge is on the north side of Strut B. The president is in danger. Go now.
No.
Don't forget to log into the node in Strut B. The node for Strut B is on the south side of the transformer room. It's to the west of where you found the Navy captain.
Not a chance.
If you shoot him enough, eventually he will not stop shooting. Yep. Yeah, now he's just doing it all the time. Good thing there's the railing right in front of him.
The Navy captain and...
Definitely not.
Is it maybe when he's grunting? Oh shit, how did that miss?
Raiden, what reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
He's not sleeping though, he's trying to kill me.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
Why don't you do it?
Changing sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Raiden, I'm on your side.
But of course, that's because that's a main story call written by Kojima, and this is a side call probably written by Fukushima. So that's why... Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. The freaking muzzle flash diverts or blocks the bullet, the tranquilizer. That's crazy. I didn't know that. When he's shooting me, I'm not able to shoot him through the muzzle flash. Alright, let's see what he says in his sleep.
Not a chance. How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear him mumbling, Meryl.
He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
And it's not in the subtitles, but you can hear it.
Wish I were that relaxed.
Alright, wake up. That's a lot of brass.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Right. Angle myself exactly correctly, maybe.
Think you can shoot that thing?
Oh, shit, that's not good. Okay, that should work.
Kid.
That's crazy. As long as he's shooting, I can't shoot him back. Stop, stop, we're rich. Infinite brass. Yeah, it's disappearing now. We don't have any explosives at this point. It might be interesting to do like a developer save with all the items and fuck with it with more weapons. That is a severely undergassed M4. Such a weak extraction injection. Yeah, so the muzzle flash has collision and you can't shoot through it. I didn't know that. See how the laser disappears when the muzzle flash is on? And then appears again on his head as soon as he's done shooting. Nice. Alright.
Get real.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah,
Get real.
I don't want to, but
I know. Is there anything I can do?
yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
It's kind of an annoying mechanic here. Every time we want to get Rose to look something up, it takes a while and then becomes a save call most likely. There should be more calls.
Raiden,
Get real. Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on it?
Ah, shit.
Wait a moment, I'll look.
Now we're piling up shit for her to look.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower.
All
Combat
right.
must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
Just alright.
Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
That's wrong.
Raiden, the tranquilizer
No
rounds...
doubt.
Yeah, we did get a little bit of blue point magic in this scene. Namely, Gorge Sears, if you guys noticed. When the Dead Cell members show up in the cutscene, and then since it was the president's idea, he's also there with them. I checked every non-HD version of every region, every platform. You know, Sons of Liberty, Substance, PC, Xbox, PS2, anything that's non-HD, and not once was I able to find that typo in any other version. Gorge Sears. So it has to be Bluepoint magic. Somehow they fucked up something that was already rendered. I guess they maybe had access to like the raw data for it and re-rendered it. I have no idea. But somehow somebody at Bluepoint deleted that E from George. So now we have Gorge Sears in the HD edition. Thanks, Bluepoint engine. So I don't know. This and many other details. Nice. Also, when Raiden is talking about sneaky mission 60, weapons 80, advanced, that's a mistranslation due to you know, the sentence structure in Japanese. It's supposed to be 60 sneaking missions, 80 weapon missions. Yeah, exactly. They fucked that up. So now he says it in reverse. And if you go look at the VR missions disc, it actually has 80 sneaky missions, 60 weapon missions. Wait, no, it's the other way around. Sneaking missions 60, weapons 80. So there's 80 weapon missions and there's 60 sneaking missions. But that's not Bluepoint's doing. That's just the translation being way off in certain parts. The English version, just like I always say, really does not give us the intended experience. Alright. Oh, we don't get the call here because I already saved. It plays into the VR aspect. What, the fact that they fucking mistranslated the line from Japanese? I really wouldn't think so. That's not the intended experience at all, because remember, Kojima didn't give a fuck and still largely doesn't give a fuck about the English versions of his games. So that's just something that we in the West, as you know, Westerners, got to deal with as the Western release of the game doesn't give us a proper experience. Furious, thanks for the donation, $4.99 from Furious Fresh. This donation brought to you by HelloFresh. Have groceries sent to you with recipes, but still have to cook. Well, yeah, because if they sent you cooked food, it wouldn't last nearly as much, you know. And then you can do it your way. Why are you trying to be salty over HelloFresh, Furious? Because it's actually a genuinely interesting service, but whatever. By the way, guys, the code is still going. Let's take a look how many people actually used it. I have their little widget here. Somewhere here. We are at 9 out of 10. I'm not entirely sure what happens at 10. Maybe the widget updates. But hey, thanks to those 9 people who used it. Kojima just assumed that people's commissioning to translate things will do their job correctly out of professional work ethic and mutual respect. Yes. Dim, why don't you tell people how much respect exactly the person who translated MGS2 has for Kojima? I fucking pinned the message. Come on.
What the hell is that?
Ready your duds. No premature ejaculation.
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Don't bother. The PC version of just one is a disaster.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Already done needs.
Ready grenades.
A dud!
Haha, Colonel Pathcard. Nice timing. Thank you so much for the $10 donation.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Rip. Hey, never was here. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. You guys are freezing Koala's laptop with all your
I'm so
duds.
sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
A majestic dud storm.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Somebody give this man an Oscar, an Emmy, something. And I won't let you be just a dream. Or a Cuervo too. Yeah, sure. Incredible. I don't know what the fuck they were doing with that line, but somehow it passed QC. It passed amazing voice standards of Chris Zimmerman Salter. I shit you not. That's the name of the voice acting director. Salter is her name, so that would explain everything. But yeah, sometimes I just don't know with the direction and in Raiden's voice in this game. And I won't let you be just a dream. God, there's a few things I'm gonna talk about. That was a beautiful dud storm, by the way. Would probably crash some people's laptops. So thank you guys. So the reason that you hear the sax in the background when Fortune shows up, her theme with the sax music, is because actually she was supposed to be carrying one herself. She was supposed to carry a sax and maybe play it, maybe play her own theme or something. That was the original idea. But then when the railgun kind of turned out to be that big, they dropped that idea. So that's why we have the Fortune sax emote. If you can see it with better Twitch emotes. It would have been cool to see that. But yeah, the railgun turned out to take most of the space in her character. She would have been carrying too much shit, I guess. So they dropped that idea. But you can still hear in her theme. Cut content. Every game is cut content. The question is, was it cut as part of the finishing process or otherwise? You know, there's plenty of things that didn't make it into MGS2 that they originally planned, but that doesn't mean the game is unfinished. Just as a part of finishing it, they cut those things. It's a very subtle line. So other things in this scene. So when they're trying to convince Raiden to disable the C4s, right? And that's something that was not an MGS1, not a mechanic, a gameplay mechanic or a story plot point in MGS1 at all. So when that comes up, along with Fortune and Vamp's crazy powers that we just witnessed, well, mostly Fortune here, Vamp a little earlier, Raiden gets scared and confused and starts bitching to the Colonel that, you know, this was not in a simulation. So whenever something deviates from Raiden's or the player's expectations and experiences from MGS1, Raiden gets scared, and that's when he starts bitching, and that's when Rose has to come in and calm him down and sort of get him to comply with what the Colonel is trying to get him to do. And we see this happen multiple times throughout the game. Whenever Raiden doesn't want to do something, it switches to Rose trying to calm him down, trying to get him to do it anyway. But yeah, the whole thing with looking for the bombs and disposing them, when the Colonel explains that, Raiden asks, "Is this according to simulation too?" And the Colonel says, "What are you talking about?" Because that was not an MGS1. So it doesn't register with the Colonel that it should be something that, you know, should be brought back for the player to expect. It's like, what are you talking about? And Raiden doesn't expect it. Colonel doesn't acknowledge it. And the original idea actually came from something entirely different. Instead of being, you know, an aspect of MGS1 that's somehow reused in 2, the origin of the bomb disposal section is from a little development kind of mechanic that they had when making the game. And this is, I think, in the making of, they explain it. They had a little notebook they would pass around all the developers every once in a while, and each person would write down an idea that they came up with to put in the game. And then, you know, Kojima would look through it and pick things that he liked, and somebody came up with the idea of going around finding bombs and disposing them, or freezing them, disposing of them. And that's just something that came entirely unrelated to everything else in MGS1. And Kojima just liked that idea in the idea notebook, as they called it, for the game's development. As for the story, it was integrated into the story because it's right before Fat Man, and the whole thing with the bombs and Fat Man is kind of like, they call it a test before letting Raiden tackle the exercise proper, as Ocelot calls it. And then also when we defeat Fat Man and the threat of the bombs is over, the first thing that we hear from the ninja is, "You pass with flying colors," which means that was the test. So they kind of integrated it into the story that way. But it's really just a neat little idea that somebody had. But now, I guess we should do more calls. And then we'll get to the serious bathroom business.
It's possible that...
Get real. Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a V-STOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden.
What's that supposed
Right now,
to mean?
just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Hey, come on.
Now let's see if Rose looked up any of the shit we asked her to earlier, because those calls gonna pile up if you don't do them.
Jack, do you need
Whatever.
to save? Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Yeah, we don't really get the whole story from Rose. It's interesting because you have both Snake and Rose giving you information on mostly the same subject. Dead Cell members, Stillman, and all that stuff. But typically the information you get from Snake is more detailed than what you get from Rose. No, Vamp isn't for vampires because he's bisexual.
Jack, is that you?
Oh, but of course.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
Huh? I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong. It's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
What's up with this guy?
Alright, before we meet Stillman, we have to do some serious business. Perfect. Let's start in the men's room. Just, you know, taking a piss. So if we look down here, it means we're taking a piss.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary,
What?
could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Don't look at my pee-pee. Okay, so that's nice and all. But what if we start sniffing it? Like crouching.
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
Can't even smell my piss and peas. Jackrabbit, thank you for the 6 months. Oh shit, Vault 51 gifted a sub earlier. Sorry I missed it. Thank you. More important business to take care of here. Before I lock myself in the bathroom stall though, we have to equip the porn. Because even though the game hides your inventory when you're in there, it still counts that you have it equipped. And something happens. Incidentally, this is just the perfect height for this sound effect.
Raiden, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you, this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of
Not a
voluptuous
chance.
girls?
Exactly.
How do you know that?
At least use a picture of me instead.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean,
I completely disapprove.
I cannot believe to this day that that line is in the game. At least use a picture of me instead. Unbelievable. But, yeah. That's the thing. What? You're fapping to other women? How dare you? Use a picture of me. And then, of course, we go to the ladies' room instead. To, finish. Now if we look at the toilet, it means we're taking a shit.
A Raiden?
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
I can't even take a shit. What if we sniff it?
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room too?
Did you see that?
Did you see that? All done. We'll leave that for later. Yeah, she has a toilet in her room, apparently. So the mirrors, like I was talking about on the tanker, the mirrors are actually kind of like a window into an alternate dimension. It's just a second Raiden model mirroring all my movements. That's how you create a mirror using, you know, as little resources as possible. And it's a pretty good effect, but you can never unsee it once you know that it's just another Raiden model that you're looking at through a window. So you can see that the laser is not reflected, and if we do most things, they will be reflected. Like M1, the sidestep is reflected. The tiptoeing isn't, so he's not tiptoeing, I am. Yeah, the mirror does crack if you shoot it, so kind of works. But actually, it's a pretty big shortcoming that they didn't make the shards, the glass, have a reflection. So, like, if you shoot the mirror, there's nothing on the floor there. That's how you can tell it's not really a mirror. It's another the window on another room. And also the oh, they start disappearing when there's too many of them. The bullet holes in the wall as well. If I put a few bullet holes in this wall, they're not in that wall. So it's not really mirrored. There's a few things like claymores, maybe the porn. We already got the porn call, so maybe we can see if the porn is mirrored. I think it is. Yep, there it is. Grenades. I don't want to use my shot grenades right now. They're all accounted for. I think the claymores might not show up. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe they do. I remember being disappointed that the little pieces of glass don't show up. The bullet holes don't show up. I wonder if... Nice, the one in the mirror gets flipped too. That's interesting. Yeah, it's still a very good way of having a functional mirror. It's kind of embarrassing when games don't have functional mirrors these days. Anyway, now that we spent some time in here,
it's possible the terrorists will attempt to...
Not a chance. Colonel, who exactly is that woman?
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
What?
Hang on a moment. I'll look
oh
out for
god,
you.
we're just piling shit up for her to look up. Should be a call about hanging out in the ladies' room for too long. God, even talking about the mirror for that long didn't do it.
Handguns and automatic...
Get real.
There really should be a call. Sometimes it's a little finicky.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Yeah, we broke up with Rose. Nice. Mission complete, and how? Now, if I call her...
So, Jack, what do you want?
What do I want? Well, I'd like to save, if that's okay.
Then go ahead.
Tiny bit of a mistranslation there, but you get the meaning. Should be more like, I won't let you save, or whatever. This is about the amount of choice you get with women sometimes, so... Yes. Can attest.
This is a joke, right? Rose.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Save my data, please.
Fine. Don't you have something you want to say before that?
Like what?
Ugh.
All right, I get it. I'm sorry. There. You satisfied?
Close enough.
You selfish.
What was that?
Nothing.
You're a real
Just
egotistical
talking
woman.
to myself.
Hang in there.
Hey, now she's fine. Maybe the call I'm thinking about is when we first enter it. It might be too late for it now. Because that was actually not the call I was referring to.
I can't believe you, Jack.
Oh,
Do
there
you
it
know
is.
what that place is?
It is when we first enter.
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
what, sir?
Nothing. Right, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
Get real.
That's Raiden kind of agreeing with himself there through the Colonel. Because remember, the Colonel isn't exactly GW. The Colonel is generated from Raiden's thoughts and experiences. So, when the Colonel sometimes agrees with Raiden's twisted acts, That's probably Raiden agreeing with himself there. Yep, the Colonel slips up when Raiden does. It happens a couple times. Alright, that's all the toilet humor and fap humor. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know. Who faps on the toilet? That's kind of gross, but whatever. I guess Raiden does.
Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this.
This is a watermelon. It's ripe.
This is a C4 bomb.
Very subtle, Kojima.
It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and... there we go.
And then Snake does the anime protagonist thing, where he closes his eyes when he talks.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone,
it's weird.
It'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
When Snake talks, he closes his eyes. Look at it.
I'd recommend complete disposal, but this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
Why?
Right.
Why do you close your eyes when you talk?
With your radar network, so any scent detected
But
will be
if I remember
visually.
correctly,
Have the sensor activated and
he
keep your
doesn't
eye
do
on
that
the
in Sons of
radar.
Liberty.
What if he's using some other
Only in
odorless
substance.
I know Fat Man well.
That happens in PS2 as well.
I know how into
But
his
substance,
own aesthetics he is.
not Sons of Liberty.
Signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one.
Oops.
Right.
That line
All
is
I taught
Snake's.
him was skills.
The trick is to know which
Now
one.
I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card issued to Shell personnel. The big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The two of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Alright, so before we do anything else here, if we hurry to the right, when the scene's over, let's see a little something. That's the way Pliskin went. So there's this guy here who's knocked out, and somebody is walking around with a few boxes. Who's Snake? I don't know. And now this guy's about to wake up. Kenny, thank you for the 40 months. No matter how many boxes you shoot off of him, he always has another one underneath. Infinite layer of boxes. Ah shit, too bad I only have one round left. It's not enough to torture him. Fuck!
It's the enemy. I need help.
This is not gonna end well.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Yeah, about that. Welcome back. Welcome back for this guy. Oh no! Where am I gonna hide him?
No sign of the missing man. Nothing else to report.
They saw him go down and they're like, no sign. Sure, why not? That works. He's lucky I didn't have enough ammo to really torture him. So we'll be back for him some other time. But yeah, here's pieces of Snake's boxes. He has like all 5 boxes. One thing that I really want to try is to load up the developer save of every weapon and sort of fuck with Snake here with different weapons because we only have handguns at this point. I wonder maybe if you have like an assault rifle, you can get more boxes off of him faster. Because there are like 5 different boxes in this game with different designs, and he has all of them layered up. They probably repeat too if you go through all of them. And now that we did this, when we do the box call with Snake, he will have an additional line. He will say, you know, I lost a few thanks to you. And Raiden is like, what? Also, there will be a bunch of calls about Raiden asking about the guy in the cardboard box now. But the only problem is, the story calls all have priority over that. But before they start talking about it, there's a whole bunch of other calls first. So we'll just sit here and do those. And these are the famous Dead Cell members' background information calls, where we learn that Vamp is, you know, named Vamp because he's bisexual. Clearly. So we'll go over all that.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb. Don't even think.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was? Meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Hey, Orcs Dorks, thanks for the 4 months. I'm afraid you did miss the dud. Yes. There's always a little bit of duds inside each of us.
Get real. Vamp is a member of Dead Cell.
Here it comes.
Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now. When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual.
Oh.
Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Well,
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
by the way, have you ever met the guy before?
No.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
So, yeah. That's the closest thing we get to an explanation as why Vamp is Vamp, because he's bisexual. Because a Vamp character is sort of a femme fatale woman character, usually in media, that uses, you know, her charm and sex appeal to get men, to manipulate men to do things. But since Vamp was originally a female character, again, the other day we were looking at the document of MG2 and the sketches, early artwork for Vamp. Vamp was supposed to be a female character, but then when Fortune got introduced into the picture, they decided to change that. But we still have the fact that apparently Vamp is, you know, seducing, I guess, apparently both Fortune and her father. And the irony of it being that Raiden is clearly disturbed by this. But a lot of people call Raiden gay and whatever, when Raiden is very obviously disturbed by Vamp's sexuality. But whatever. Yeah, that's the closest thing you'll get to an explanation as to why Vamp is, because he's bisexual. I mean, either way, you know, it would have been if they were going to go with Fortune anyway, so I don't know. Anyway, let's do a few more of these. Before we do that, though, since we always have to run out here to do these box-related calls and stuff, regarding the Stillman cutscene, there's a couple things there that went horribly, horribly wrong in the English version.
It appears that Fat Man placed bombs within each of the struts. It's likely there are no bombs planted on the connecting bridges. Head for the struts for which you have not yet finished disposing of the C4.
So, when Stillman is talking about Fat Man in the cutscene, and he says, there are some things you need to pass on. The trick is to know which ones. That line, the trick is to know which one, is actually Snake's line. Somehow, I don't know how the fuck they managed to give Snake's line to Stillman in the English version. If you listen to the Japanese dialogue, that's Snake's voice answering what Stillman is saying, kind of interrupting him, saying the trick is to know which ones to pass on. But in English, they gave that line to him, and it sounds like he's talking to himself, and then he says, right. So that's kind of a big fucky there. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but they gave Snake's line to Stillman. So in English, it sounds like he's talking to himself. There are some things you need to pass on. The trick is to know which ones. Right. It's just him talking to himself. Okay. And then the other thing, actually, that didn't really make it into the English version, we have Dim to thank for this detail in the English script. When Snake tells Stillman that wouldn't be easy, we don't know a thing about Fat Man. It's completely lost in translation, but in Japanese, he's supposed to be kind of, he's supposed to have kind of like an accusatory term towards Stillman, and it's more of a, like, you know, accusing him or teasing him that, or taunting him, yeah, that it's more like we don't know a thing about Fat Man. It's more like we're not the ones who raised Fat Man. Like, you should know. Wouldn't be easy. Fat Man is our pupil. Yeah, it's more like you're the one who raised Fat Man and taught him all the bombing skills that he knows. Like, you should know where to find the bombs. But in English, it just completely got lost in translation. It just sounds like Snake is, you know, just concerned about where to find the bombs without accusing Stillman. It's these little things, among with the big, actually, things of the voice cast and the lines from MGS1 being completely wrong. We did not get the intended experience in a lot of aspects. Anyway, we can go back now. It's actually better to get the bombs in kind of like the reverse order. Nope, apart from the demo, there is no way to play MGS2 or any of the games really, with the exception of V, but who wants to play that anyway? There's no way to play the games with Japanese voices and English subtitles. And even if you could somehow, you know, make an undub ISO or something, or slap the English subs on the Japanese voices, the translation is so off that, like, it still doesn't convey its meaning anyway, so it's kind of pointless, but whatever. The main reason being that MGS2 and 3 in particular on PS2, they are very complex to reverse engineer, so unlike other games, they never made undubs or fan translations or patches and shit, because they're just really
Freeze!
They're just a pain in the ass to reverse engineer. Also probably why they're complete ass to emulate too. They're just on a different level technologically speaking than the other cookie cutter PS2 games that can do all that, yeah? So yeah. To this day there is still no undub MGS2 ISO. Probably never will be. Shit, there's no ammo here? So people think there's no issues with the script. Damn. Kinda sucks that there's no ammo. Oh well. Let's go fuck with Stillman a little bit.
No need to worry. No need to worry.
If you do this a lot, he gets pissed eventually.
No need to worry. Everything's okay in here. Get to work on those bombs. I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec. I'm all right.
It's Kojima there. I'm all right.
I'm all right. You need to go and take care of the C4s now.
Hey Stillman, why don't you go C4 yourself?
Lay off the knocking already. Lay off the knocking already.
Yeah, now he's pissed.
Lay off the knocking already.
Interesting how there's different animation. If you do it from being pressed against the wall. Nice.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me.
Potatoes. And apples. God, I wish I had more Mark 23 ammo, because the tranquilizer can't break these.
Stop bothering me.
Logo 96, thank you for the 23 months.
The sensor aid that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere? Now search for the node. If you're not sure where the node is, ask your superior officer. He should know.
He actually knows where the bomb is here. He just doesn't want to tell me. He's like playing some stupid fucking game of making me guess or something. Like, come on. This is serious.
Raiden, there's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where?
All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
He knows that we were there already. The guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. What the fuck are you talking about, Stillman? This is serious. Stop playing. Just tell me where it is. No. He gives you a riddle.
Raiden, there is no doubt that C4 is planted in that vicinity. Up, down, left, right. Be sure to thoroughly examine your surroundings through the first-person view as you change location. There are still bombs.
What's that supposed to mean?
We're actually not gonna freeze this one yet, because it's better to leave it for last. How many kitchens are there? Well, there's one on the tank here. One here? Trying to think if there's any more. Maybe in some of the struts that we never get to visit. We can't even see their names here. We probably have to be on the bridge or on Shell 2 itself to see what the other struts are. But we can never visit them. Interesting how the thing you're pointing at is called a supernova point. I wonder what that's about. Like wherever your cursor is, supernova point.
Equipping yourself with
real.
There are still bombs.
Get real.
Is he not going to talk about anything else?
Stillman, I heard you make quite a name for yourself in the bomb disposal field.
Nothing of the sort. It's only that you never hear people badmouth retirees.
Why did you retire?
I forgot. At any rate, rather than dwelling on past occurrences,
I forgot.
should we focus on taking care of the pressing issue currently at hand?
True enough. I'll get back to work.
I don't really call Stillman much.
That's wrong.
I should call him more.
Don't try to run away from it. Instead, acknowledge the fear and take it straight on.
Rose probably has. This is probably the call where Raiden asks her to look him up, look up Stillman.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Well, we already have like another 2 or 3 things piled up for her to tell us about, so I don't know. It's kind of annoying the way it works.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
No shit.
Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
That's a good timing because I think we're about to get the fortune call with Pliskin as well.
Raiden, I've frozen the first bomb. How are you doing?
Nothing yet.
Pliskin, what was the exact location of the explosive?
The heliport. It was behind some cargo. Thought I was gonna have some trouble with the patrols, but it was an easy job.
I see.
What's the matter?
Nothing really. Pliskin, just don't let your guard down. Don't relax even after you think you've defused it.
I know that. Raiden, Shell 1's all yours.
Sure. What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seemed to veer away from her in battle.
Oh.
People have heard her say that her fortune in battle was payback for the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah. The thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
So what was that about Jackson not dying in prison?
Supposedly, he's nicknamed
He's just
after
a
an
fat
atomic
man.
bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man. Something straight out of a sideshow. If he even has a bit of spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
That's it. Oh, he died in prison, but not of suicide. Neurasthenia? Sthenia? What? Never heard that word before. I'm gonna look it up. An ill-defined medical condition characterized by lassitude, fatigue, headache, irritability associated chiefly with emotional disturbance. Americanitis. Chronic fatigue syndrome. Oh. Wait, kind of equivalent. Wait, what? Interesting. They probably thought it was easier. He has a Glock 18. Glock 43 would be a bad choice. Bomb's a bad choice for close range combat.
Pliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box
there it
just
is.
now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho, there's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Who could that be? Now we should be able to ask a whole bunch of people about that.
The sensor you received from Stillman, visual...
Ah, shut up.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A Dead Cell?
The Dead Cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
We have to wait for her ass to do it now. Who could it be?
What's up, Jack?
Graham, thank you for the 26 months.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
Well, you have to actually see the guy in the box to get that call, so... I may have missed that.
What's up, Jack?
I was talking about this earlier, Frankie. It's largely up to the player to figure it out.
Jack, when you get home,
Uh-oh.
let's have a homecoming party. Just the two of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner.
Uh,
Oh, what's wrong?
well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster? I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too.
Whew.
Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation. Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry.
The only thing consistent between I'm Just You and 4 is that Rose can cook. I just love a lobster. Woohoo! Alright. Oh fuck, I have no Mark 23 ammo. Don't listen to anybody telling you exactly when the Rose AI kicks in and when it's the real Rose. Source my ass. There is no clear cut within the majority of the calls throughout the game. There's a few towards the end that make it obvious, but throughout the rest of the game, not really.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in Strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
Like many things in the game, it's up to the player what to take away from the experience, what to interpret, and God forbid what to pass on and believe in. Including when you feel comfortable or confident to believe in Rose's existence. The way that I look at it is that when they have all their personal exchanges and stuff, it's probably a real Rose. When she's trying to encourage Raiden to do stuff that the Colonel doesn't, that Raiden doesn't want to do, and the Colonel is trying to get him to do something. Maybe that's the AI, trying to prod Raiden to do stuff. Clearly, when she goes crazy, her eyes change and she's all evil. That's the AI, I would suppose. When she shows up at the end, You know, originally she says her eyes and her hair color are not real. So originally at the end, when she shows up in front of Raiden, she was gonna have a different hair and eye color. But they specifically changed that back to her default Codec hair color, so that you still wouldn't be able to tell. Or rather, so that you could decide for yourself. But that's too difficult. People are not confident with doing that. So you need shit like MGS4 to tell you. Completely destroying the whole point.
The sensor aid that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that?
Ah, shut up. How the fuck did Fat Man get here anyway?
There are still bombs.
Get real.
But yeah, now that she's confirmed real, because MGS4 nonsense that was never supposed to exist at the time MGS2 was written, you would think that they would change her hair and eye color in MGS4 at least. But no. I mean, MGS4 tells you that the real Campbell was Raiden's commanding officer sometime after the Big Shell, so which is just completely out of the world stupid, and this just never happened. So expecting that kind of consistency is kind of a luxury. You don't need MGS4 to tell you that Rose was real at some point. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Fucking... Ooh, I got his... I made a fucking mess. I should have been there already. Oof.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
We're a little late, so yep. Ah! Dead. I wasted too much time.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Because I went for the M9 again, even though I already have it. Alright, that's much better.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in Strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Do you think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Yeah, generally it's a really bad idea to think about MGS4's nonsense. Well, fine to understand MGS2, because at the time that MGS2 was being written, there was none of that going on, so MGS4 is just an afterthought made for the people who bitched about you not understanding it in the first place. It does not explain what the intended... Shit. I really have no Mark 23 ammo. It does not explain what the intended purpose, intended experience of MGS2 is, but instead completely changes that. Accepting the fact that people don't understand it and never will. So, I'm kind of in a shit pickle right now. Because I wasted all my fucking ammo. Okay then. Guess we'll have to pick up more chaff grenades.
Be careful, there are claymore mines around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Okay, this is interesting.
Trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Somebody redeemed ammo to 0. And that is for the last weapon that I have equipped. Shit. Okay. Goodbye, tranquilizer. I was hoping it would still be chaff grenades. Alright. This thing is a pain in the ass to unload. Ah! I was hoping to do 0 chaff grenades. This is amazing, because now Strat E is gonna be a fucking clusterfuck with no ammo for either gun. We're gonna be stuck a while. Congratulations. At least I still have chaff grenades. Shit, what the fuck am I gonna do? Where the fuck did you even get 45,000 nanomachines, son? Shit, no box. No ammo. What do? Get caught. And dead. God, that animation takes too long.
Right, what's wrong?
No, that's precisely why I did it.
Raiden!
That's precisely why I did, to add a little bit of spice. You know, unpredictable spiciness to the random runs. Okay, now we gotta get a caution too. Except with no ammo, getting a caution kinda sucks. Okay, that's a caution. No, that's an alert. Wait, but there's a chaff grenade going on. We can't get a caution with a chaff grenade going on. They're all trying to radio in right now. There's a caution, but... What the fuck is going on? Okay, there's a caution. Now doing it from this side with a caution with no ammo. Oh, this is amazing. Hide behind the box, hide behind the box. I feel so naked without the box. Oh, I do have the box. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Fuck. What do? Ah! It's a box. What's up? This is European Extreme difficulty, by the way. Yes. Oh fuck, please don't come back this way. Please don't come back this way, you assholes. Okay, okay, we're good. Nice, okay, we got one. I should probably get this checkpoint. I wasn't able to get the bomb, but we got something done. You guys are assholes, by the way. At least you didn't do Instrutti. So there's something about this scene here that's important.
What's the situation over there?
Puzzling.
I'll go over it after, I guess.
Like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Of course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
Yeah, Gorlive, I was thinking about it earlier today. He thought that the ninja slices the box open or something, or was in the box. It was like, no, I assure you, I remember.
I saw a female soldier. Russian.
Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No, she commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
You look lost.
So the interesting bit about this cutscene just now is that when Solidus is first heard, you don't see him. It's over the radio. Fever, what's that? Jesus. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. So the fact that you hear Solidus before you see him is not just out there randomly. It's for a reason. It's because in Japanese, Solid Snake and Solidus have the same voice. So they keep telling you that the terrorist leader is Solid Snake, and then you hear his voice coming through the radio. So if you're a Japanese player encountering that for the first time, you're familiar with Snake's voice, and you're told that Snake is the terrorist leader, you might take it a little differently, because in the English release we know that that's bullshit and that's not Snake. But if you had heard David Hayter's voice coming through the radio, it would have been a little different. On top of that, Olga's voice in Japanese is Meryl's voice. So what you would end up hearing as a Japanese player would be Solid Snake talking to Meryl, and they're all talking about all they're talking about is MGS1 shit, MGS1 references. The man under the cardboard box, the ninja, the lasers, and taking care of that annoying fly. That line is used by all three snakes. Liquid Snake uses it at the beginning of MGS1 when he's about to shoot down the F-16s with the Hind, and then Snake uses it right before the Hind fight, and then Solidus uses it here, talking about the two SEALs helicopters that he just shot down with the Harrier. So in English they all say it slightly differently, but in Japanese it's the same line exactly, word for word every time. All three snakes use it the same exact way. In English is slightly different because again they didn't know that they were supposed to all be the same line, and we had different people translate and localize, and many mistakes were made in not conveying the intended experience at all. But those are all supposed to be MGS1 references. When Snake says, "I've got to gun SWAT knowing fly," right before fighting the Hind, he would be saying, it would be his voice saying the exact same thing again in MGS2 right here in this cutscene. But yeah, no, they all say it slightly differently, just because it's worded differently. Different translation, localization, different voice cast, different voice acting, director, and everything, so they didn't quite get that. So yeah, to a Japanese player, that cutscene just now would be fucking mind-blowing. Imagine hearing Solid Snake's voice talking to Meryl, talking about all the MGS1 things. They'd be like, what the fuck? But no, in English we know that it's bullshit the whole time. Okay, so the guy that I killed, we have to do this shit completely differently now. Amazing! It's a box. Dominique wants me to get an alert. Okay, how do we classify that in MGS2 though? Is the guy seeing me now? Oh whoa, that gun wasn't in my hand for a second there. We need to actually let them radio in, huh? Okay. See, that's the problem. They shoot you before they run to call the alert. So we'll have to avoid that.
Come in. Right.
It's easy, I can just poke my head out. As long as you guys are going through those nanomachines, son. And some asshole please see me. Alright. That's an actual alert. As classified by the score. Oof. I'm just gonna die again. You might as well get a game over. Oh shit, as soon as I step out there, he's gonna... Oof. Nice. Didn't hit me. The guy just stuck some rifle rounds to the chest. Okay. Buddy over there. Oh, fuck. Ah, I thought I had it. I was just gonna go behind that corner.
This isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me.
Finish killing him.
Jack!
Oh well. That's it. It was an attempt. Now I know I can step out here, actually. That guy never fucking turns, does he? What an asshole. Nobody heard that because of the conveyor belt noise. Oh, perfect.
There's somebody there.
Good thing I didn't go too far because there's a camera there. Oh, never fucking mind. I thought he was just gonna investigate the box.
No.
You can kind of lure them with the box.
Jack!
But maybe because he was already investigating something, or maybe because the camera also saw me. That didn't go well. Now let's just fucking lure him out here. So when they lift the box, it actually blocks their vision. They can't see below it. So you can just move away.
Freeze!
Okay. Now for these guys... I don't think that guy ever turns, the closer one. I could... okay. When he turns again. Goes back to that position. Not now. Move. Okay.
Freeze! Freeze!
Come on, there's no dick. I'm dead. Where is his dick?
What the hell happened? Raiden!
What a bunch of bullshit. He didn't have a dick. Damn. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. I moved too late with the box. Yeah, no.
Right. Are you alright?
It's a huge problem when you can't find people's dicks. In this game. I'm telling you. Sometimes just the angle isn't right. There's probably a better way of dealing with this guy. Can't go there because of the camera. Can't go there because of the guy always looking there. Nope. Yeah, no, it's fucked. I just have to be patient, get that guy with the box again.
God, no. Jack.
And hold him up again.
Jack!
So, I think what I can learn from this is that the ammo to zero redemption thing has a much bigger impact than the caution or the alert one, because it has lasting effect through the loading screens and shit. In fact, for the whole game, I'm gonna have less ammo now. I think we'll make it more expensive than the other two. Or maybe made the other two cheaper, whichever. It has a lot heavier impact.
Freeze! Freeze!
Okay, let's see if we can find dicks now. Dick. Dick. No dick.
Freeze!
Where are the dicks? There's one. Okay. And there's another. Now I need to hurry. God, that was a weird angle to look for dicks. Ah, that's much better. Will be kind of a waste of ammo to shoot him in the head now. But, fuck, they're gonna wake up quickly. Quickly. Can I really? No. I gotta do it. At least one. Well, I strangled this guy. Okay, now we can look for the bomb and peas. That was fun. What a clusterfuck. But that's the fun part. I have no idea where the bomb is, but it will show up here eventually. Maybe it's better to leave and reload the area, but then they're gonna call for, they're gonna check in again. Oh, but the assault team is dead, who gives a shit? Okay. The best way is probably to just enter again. And then about the timing that it would take me to shoot that guy, shoot the camera, shoot the other guy on the left, shoot the other guy on the right, then walk up to them, shoot the other guy here, and grab the box, shoot the camera, and then come down here, and then the bomb shows up. Nice. And we already got the one upstairs. God, it was a lot of fun though.
Raiden reporting. All C4 in strut E has been frozen and disposed of. The baggage moving on the conveyor belt was set to go off.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
Think you are? There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
Yeah, because when you do it that way, the bomb shows up almost as soon as you're done. Oh wait, before we leave, we're gonna need the camera. It's okay. Even if the assault team is called, they're dead. That gives me time to get the camera, which we are going to use a lot. They only respawn if a guard finds a dead guard. or you get an alert, all the guards you killed respawn. But if they're all dead, then you're fine. Digital camera. They do send people if they get no response, but the people who they would also send are also dead. That's it. If nobody finds them, they don't disappear and respawn. And if nobody alerts, they don't respawn. You could do it on MGS 3. You can call a frequency to call off the caution or alert and fake being an enemy. But it's not MGS 2. What are we doing? Oh shit. We had to do strut E? I mean strut D with no tranquilizer? Fuck me. That's gonna be the real clusterfuck.
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There were all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building, and then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
You in my arms. What?
Take care.
Get real.
I wanna hold you in my arms. Yeah, dude. Yeah, there's tranquilizer ammo in strut D, but it is in the middle of the strut beneath the stairs. So we're gonna have to get there somehow and bullshit my way through it. Strut. Oh, I think Strut E has tranquilizer ammo. Wait, not E. Strut F. I don't think there's any in Strut E. Strut F has some that I haven't picked up. And see, if I really can't do it, I'll go back and get it. That guy notices me. Wait, he didn't notice me. That's fucking weird. He should notice me. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on? It's almost as if this is regular extreme, not European extreme, but it is European extreme. Wait a second. Are you saying that he only notices if I have a gun out? Wait. Wait a second. We have to be aiming at him though.
Who's there?
Is it because aiming your gun makes you slightly closer to them? Because you're extending your arms? I never knew that.
Who's there?
Normally I preemptively hit that guy in the face. It literally is just stretching your arms forward. But if I do it in third person, it doesn't work. So I guess the first person hitbox changes. That's mind-blowing. I didn't know that was a thing in MGS2. Holy shit. Okay. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Wait, no. Wait. Fuck. Oh, well. I forgot.
Freeze!
Oh shit. Here it comes. Ah, abort. I should not have left there. I should have just fucking died. Now we have to deal with an evasion caution. Oh boy, strut D with no ammo. No, 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 what are you doing? No, no, can we please? Oh well. There's no... oh fuck. Fuck! Are they behind me or some shit? Yep. I got sandwiched.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
See how long of consequence ammo to zero has? No way, it has to be more expensive. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I need some help here.
We're dead.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Who's there?
I can lure this guy here. And he also has to notice the box this time. There you go.
Nothing here.
Freeze!
Shit, my box fell off the thing. Shit, shit, shit. We had to go get it back now. Move away.
Nothing here. What was that just?
God, I haven't been in the middle of Strut in a long time. No reason to, usually.
Nothing here.
See if we can do the MGS3 thing and bump into them, maybe. That's kind of dangerous.
Nothing here.
If they notice it, they always lift it.
Freeze!
Don't you fucking dare throw my box in the water. I wonder if that can happen. I think we got two of them. You can do it on Peace Walker. Aim at them from inside the box.
Nothing here.
It's just a guy who reports a lot. And this guy, oh shit.
What's that?
Freeze!
Oof, I was close. Nope, 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 nope. Shit.
Who's there?
No, you asshole. Shit. Hold on, hold on. Fucking hell. I can't hide this guy's body in time. If they come from behind me, I'm completely fucked. Oh. Okay. Now everybody is going to respawn that I killed.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
But at least I got ammo. I should probably wait it out.
Stay on guard. Send a replacement guard for the area.
Understood. Reinforcements are on the way to Strut D. Intensify security measures.
Raiden, at your feet. Get real.
That fucking loading time. Thanks, Blue Point. Oh shit. Strutty is a fucking disaster. We had to put this guy down. And that guy is gonna find him most likely. Maybe not.
Nothing here.
Oh shit. The hatch is right there. But if I can... The guy... Oh no! Oh no, you asshole! Okay, okay, he's not coming down here. Perfect. I think we're okay. I'm really happy that this is giving me the intended effect though. Having to do completely random strategies at completely random times as people decide to fuck with the channel points. Much more entertaining. And we are burning through the channel points inflation. Ah, those fuckers gonna come here again.
Communications with Strut D have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
I don't know which way they're coming from.
No sign of the missing man. Everything else is normal.
Okay, get the fuck out of here now. And we forgot. Well, I couldn't get to the last bomb in here.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, They're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and
I'll
get
go
you?
see for myself.
There's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it.
No doubt.
And a church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield.
Right.
And it's become a shroud
Definitely.
instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim.
Definitely.
Instead of protecting me,
Yep.
it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
That's right.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
I know, I'm a coward. That's right. Or sometimes Raiden says, exactly. I'll go C4 myself. And so he does exactly that. He C4s himself. You know, I actually kind of want that ammo now. 4 rounds. That's enough. Fuck, I said I was gonna torture this guy, but we're back here and we also don't have enough ammo. Alright, just wait here for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, now we can go torture him. Perfect.
Freeze!
Get his arm, get his radio, get his leg, and then... Come on, you can do it.
is that?
Look at him go. I always hold this poor man. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with the word hole being used as a verb. I'm going to hole you. You can do it. Who wants to be holed? Don't worry, his suffering will end soon. Oh shit. That's how we wake him up. Here. You can go over there. Bye. I'm going to hole everybody in the chat now. You have created a meme, Boxy. Congratulations. Would you like to get holed too? No, viewer is helping spread it. It's over. Now it's the thing. Is Stillman sufficiently ashamed of his words and deeds? What the fuck?
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4 and a new
Identifying
quantities.
bombs.
You
Yep,
think
it's
there's
a
another
bomb.
one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
Leaving this bomb for last is actually better because when you can come back here, there's no guards around. And it starts us slightly closer to where we need to go with the timer. Not that matters because there's plenty of time for that. Stillman is not sufficiently ashamed of his words and deeds, as it turns out.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut.
Ah,
There are
shit,
a
I kinda
few
missed the
enemy
call here.
sentries
Oh,
I
well.
have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin!
Keeps freezing in for another, like, 5 seconds.
Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Raiden, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
Loading.
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Raiden, move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
Why don't you do it?
What's the remaining time? Loading, checking difficulty. 200 seconds. I'm actually curious, if you die here, where the fuck is the checkpoint? Is it before the door or right at the door? It should be right after, but...
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, okay. The voices are Raiden's thoughts. When the other characters are talking, you can press R1 and R2. Here, a positive or negative thought. Also, it's pressure sensitive, so if you press R1 lightly, it will give you a different one than pressing it all the way. So there's a total of 4 inputs. I guess now that the timer is going, they won't talk about anything else. I should have called Stillman before grabbing sensor. Oh well.
Listen up. Time is absolutely critical. Hurry to the bottom of strut A by the shortest possible route.
Yeah. Should I apply coolant to the bomb in the same way as before?
Wait, I'm still not sure yet. I'll try testing it out here first. For now, get yourself to the bottom of strut A ASAP.
So he does try to freeze it.
The countdown has been initiated.
Get real.
That's literally all he talks about. Damn.
The countdown has been
get real.
There is a kind of interesting call after he admits he still has his leg, where Raiden kind of accuses him. Oh well, can't get that now. And then Rose has a call about it too.
Raiden, get a move on. Use the elevator on the roof to get down to the bottom of strut A.
Get real.
But now that the timer is counting down, there's probably nothing else I'll talk about.
Jack, you okay?
Yeah, Rose thinks it's a boss fight, so she's not gonna say anything unique if I save. That's okay. We have plenty of time to fuck with this guy. Hello.
Freeze.
Ooh, there's ammo here. That's actually useful right now. Interesting that there's a call about this.
Raiden, the elevator won't move when enemy soldiers are in it. Draw enemies out of the elevator.
Not a chance.
We don't need to do that, Colonel. He's gonna leave on his own. Okay, bye.
Raiden, Pliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat Man has my number.
Exactly.
A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
Yeah. No!
Pliskin, get away from strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Raiden! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
What? I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Why don't you do it? Get real.
Well played. Just wait a bit there and... Why don't you do it? Now you can actually hear in Raiden's voice that he's a little shaken up. Probably the best line.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't. I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not.
That is it.
Jack, no matter what, you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay.
Pliskin's not available anymore. Stillman's dead. Yep. Sensor B. So the 7-foot range microwave trigger is not a thing. Maybe only Stillman's bomb had that. They're definitely closer than 7 feet, and it's not going off. This is as close as you can get to it. Which is weird, because in VR, they actually do have bombs that explode if you get too close to them, so they could have implemented that as a gameplay feature. But no, you can just run up to it, freeze it.
Colonel, the sensor's picking up something.
It must be somewhere nearby. We're running out of time. Locate the bomb as quickly as you can.
Colonel, how far-reaching was the explosion?
No way,
We're
Dr.
currently
Gray.
surveying minute details.
How about Pliskin?
I don't know.
I hope he's okay.
Right, and if you have enough time to worry about that guy, then get back to bomb disposal. Do you understand?
No, wait, not the difficulties, it's even farther. There's no way, I've never seen a bomb actually go off just by being close to it on any difficulty. You think you have to leave for it? Yeah, okay. Pretty sure that's farther than 7 feet. Oh no. Source my ass, but okay. No, it just does it. It just doesn't go off by proximity. I've never seen the main story bomb go off by proximity, so... And this is probably the closest we can get to it, because the other difficulties have them in different spots. You probably just run out of time.
Colonel, the sensor's picking up something.
What happens if you shoot it? I'll let you take a wild guess.
Right, there's a C4 somewhere on the bottom of Strut A where you are.
No, really?
Select Sensor B and get...
Definitely not.
Alright. What could possibly happen if you shoot a bomb? You win, yes.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Always thought it was weird that call doesn't... It just fades into gameplay without closing the codec call with the animation for it.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed. Shot in the head.
That's bullshit too.
They shot
That's
one of them
going
on
a
the
bit
roof
too far.
just to make sure
That's
we
going a
caught
bit
it.
too
One of
far.
our satellites caught it clear as day.
Shot in the head. That
They
hurts.
announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Strut A. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too, Dr. Gray. So he didn't specify how to get to Strut A, so I'm just gonna do it a fun way. Raiden's like, fuck this, I'm out of here. Wait, I know how to... We already got this conversation, I don't know why. Oh, because we didn't dive.
Stroke the water and...
Swimming controls. Go on, Raiden, be free. But since we can swim in the air, we can look at where the bombs would be normally. So, on normal difficulty, the bomb would actually be here, right under the submarine. On hard, the bomb would be on the side of the submarine here. But you have to... Oh god. Oh shit. We're on the wrong side of the big shell. But you'd have to go into hanging. Oh shit. And then on extreme, on European extreme, you've seen where the bomb is. I accidentally the whole thing though. So I guess we're off to Manhattan. Bye. Shit, now I need to save and reload. I wonder, do you get a checkpoint after the bomb is defused? Probably. God, if you don't get a checkpoint, that kind of sucks. Alright, let's just drown to death, I guess. Okay, Kel, thanks for the 16 months. Thanks Tony Phil with the 31. Thank you. Chaotic Steps Order with the 32 months. Thank you guys. So I accidentally the whole thing. Shit, I need to come up. Let me see if I die. Now that the bomb's defused, do we get a checkpoint here, or do I have to do it all over again? Fuck. We'll see. Okay, bye.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Go back through the hole in the fence. That would have been amazing if you could do it. Oh yeah, there is a checkpoint. That makes sense. Perfect. Alright. Nothing happened. Let's go fight Fortune. What is this fault? Nobody voted no for holding. Why is a ration an insect? That's my pet ration. My pet insect. Arnold. Oh, the bugs are not bugged for once. Usually these don't show up on HD.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father.
Maybe to continue?
Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?
You guys.
Maybe you can give me death.
Okay, now that this poll is over,
my name is Fortune.
the next poll is
nothing else.
do you want to see Raiden get completely shreked
And without
by the ceiling?
to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Let's do the calls. Make it a short one because we're already in the fight. Should Raiden get shreked by the ceiling?
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover.
Shreked by the ceiling.
Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma.
What? Speak up, I can't hear you.
Acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable too.
I'm very careful, Jack.
So they kind of fucked up the audio mixing, sound levels, whatever. So at certain parts, you can't really hear shit. And the codec. It's an HD Bluepoint, specifically PS3 thing. Sadly. Let's see. This guy is still not available. This guy's dead. Mr. X is not available. Yeah, we only really have a permanent.
Fortune's railgun.
Why don't you do it?
Alright. So... So we are going to see Raiden get completely shreked by the ceiling, it seems. It's pretty satisfying. If you don't know where it's gonna happen, and it could technically happen somewhere, when they think the fight is over. Ah, fuck, that's not the ceiling, but we still got completely shreked.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me.
I didn't notice
Jack!
that the barrel was about to blow up. That's one of the classic ways to fucking die at the Fortune. If you don't notice that the barrel is about to explode, when you go back and forth, it will get you. That's why I try to keep it between the barrels. But then every time she reloads, it throws off the timing, so I hide behind the thing while she reloads. Reload again. See, when she fires that first shot off to the side, that means the fight is over. And you might think, oh, I'm safe now. That's what I meant by being completely shreked by the ceiling. Alright, now we can do it for real. Just don't stand there when the fight is over. Okay, those already went off. So the good thing about the box in this fight is that it lets you turn quickly. Turning radius much smaller with the box, so you can go back and forth very easily. It's not that the box somehow protects you against a railgun fire, but it does let you avoid it a little easier. Because the sparks of electricity that you see there, that's not the fire that she's shooting. It's the little trails of white smoke that she leaves behind. Those are the bullets that she's firing. So her life bar is small to tease you with it, to taunt the player.
Just contacted us directly.
That man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport.
What? Speak up, Colonel. Can't hear you.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
Manadol, thank you for gifting the sub, Beach Walker. 728 gift subs. I'm gonna stop this madman.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now! Damn!
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
200 seconds after the cutscene is over, and the elevator comes up. Batman's a good guy. He actually waits until the elevator is all the way up to start the timer. She has no idea that she has a device in her that's doing that. That's the thing. We never see the device on her either. Maybe it's on her gun, maybe it's in her butt, who knows. Well, you never really see the device on Fortune.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Vamp.
I can't die twice.
Jaft with the 40 months. Nux Plus with the 55. Thank you guys. Maybe it's somehow built into her gun. I don't know. Anyway, don't think about the technicalities of it. The point is, she wants to be killed. Not really kill herself. She kind of wants to meet her match in combat. She seems to be proud of her soldierly background and stuff. Or I will almost argue that she doesn't even really want to die. She just enjoys the drama of being unable to die. She's not exactly trying super hard.
The clock is ticking, Raiden. Get to the heliport on the roof of Strut E.
Probably, yeah. Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly. If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature
Yes,
for
now is the time for this.
dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful
cute.
chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Raiden, you must disarm the C4.
I've gotten this call before, but never during the fucking timer here. That's hilarious. Here, let me explain to you what dioxins are while the timer is ticking.
Raiden, I expect your encounter with Fatman will involve combat. There isn't a lot of time, but if you're not happy with your equipment, now is the time to get everything ready.
Ah, nice.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
She can look him up during the timer. Oh, this is too fucking good. Hold on a minute. Okay then.
There's somebody there.
Nope. Shit. I always thought it's interesting that the music stops when you're on a bridge, because it's like more peaceful outside or something. There's a countdown going on, but the music doesn't play on the connecting bridges.
Jack? Be careful, Jack.
So she said she was gonna look up Fat Man, but
Jack, tell me you're all right.
now she thinks it's like a boss fight, and when that happens, usually her calls don't say anything. She doesn't say anything after you save because she just thinks it's a boss fight.
Don't give up.
Yeah, so you can't look up Fat Man during a fucking timer. That was a weird call that we got.
The clock is ticking right.
Get real.
Whatever. Shit, I'll have to pick up the extra chaff grenades in the core. Shit, he just distracted. Didn't get distracted. Potato aim at work. The ammo actually doesn't really matter because during boss fights, there's always ammo that respawns. The game never leaves you with no ammo for a boss fight. I wonder if you can genuinely miss the guys who dance to music like that. Yeah. Face plant. Good job. I wasn't quite face planting. Okay. It's too bad that we can't really see all of Fat Man's animations because there's certain things he only does in lower difficulties. Like getting pecked in the head by a bird. Ooh, where could the bomb be? Herder.
If you shoot out the radio behind the enemy's right hip,
Definitely
you can
not.
What the fuck is just talking about random tutorial shit right now? There's kind of a bomb in front of me.
push the crawl button while what?
Okay, he doesn't care. Nice to know. Maybe it's because I'm looking at it.
Lean the left stick.
That's not it.
Very odd. He's just talking about random tutorial stuff. But okay.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man. Is he Dead Cell? I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. Yum. Good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you!
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs.
Laugh and grow fat.
And grow fat. Let's move!
Oh, why am I getting a call? Backseating from the get-go?
Raiden, as you can see, Batman is wearing a blaster suit.
That's really weird.
You can do very little damage.
You usually get this call if you die to him a few times.
To go for the head. The blast suit can't protect him from the impact of the shot itself. A series of rapid fire will knock him off balance and create an opportunity for attack. Use it.
I wonder if it's because we didn't play a tanker in this save. That's weird. It's important to get those double hits. Maybe because we already have a bunch of continues. Nice, I got it for the fucking M9M. Shit. Did it say once piece? Really? Now he's gonna do his little dance. Oh, come on. How did that not hit him? Bullshit. He's kind of kicking my ass now. So on higher difficulties, it's very possible that he will place more bombs that you have time for. This one's pretty close. Okay, hopefully it's in the open here. Fuck. We're fucked. Bye-bye. A fucking bomb was hidden in there.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
Yeah, the timer is not very forgiving on higher difficulties, so if you let him out of your sight, if you let him go, you can easily place more bombs that you have time for. And you're kinda screwed. he's gonna go do his little dance elsewhere. Maybe we should start aiming for his legs more than his lower blades. I don't know. Oh, nice. I didn't think I was gonna hit that one. It's a good thing when he does that, because it means he's gonna turn on timer or whatever bombs he has left, so it's only one, it's not that big a deal. And then we can always lure him. Holy shit, he shot his bomb almost. I wonder if he can shoot his own bomb. He can definitely shoot it. And whoa, whoa, whoa. But maybe he can't. Cause that'd be fucked. Oh, he didn't hit it. See, that's where he hit. Shit. Before I end the fight, I want to mess with him a little bit more. Might be dangerous. So now that he's down, if you're too close to him, listen to the sound effects. Boing, boing, boing. Oh, fucker. Okay, now it's dangerous. Let's end it. But first... Shit, I couldn't... Ah, I thought I would have time. Whatever. We already kind of got the main call. Anyway. Why the sound effect? Because he's fat.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Now there's actually a pretty well hidden Easter egg. Call that only happens if you have about 10 seconds left in the timer, so we're gonna fuck around for a little bit. Else it's a little lame. If you try to leave, there's an invisible wall. I guess they didn't think people would really try to do this too much, but yeah, that's kind of lame. But yeah, the calls will change depending on how much time there is left. But we'll wait until about 10 seconds. And then it will be a follow-up call with Rose about it. You can admire Fat Man's manicure. Like he says, he has beautiful hands. giving himself manicures. You can see it here. Forget that. I want this Glock 18. Where is it? Oh shit, that was kind of dangerous. Oh no, where could the bomb be? Quick, backseat. Alright, 10 seconds.
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look.
Listen, viewer. You have no idea what you're talking about. I've been doing this a lot longer than you, and I don't need you second-guessing me. Of course not. I can't be there.
Right. The bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience.
With my life on the line.
Right. Don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
So they just straight up tell you where it is. But there's no time left. Huge C4.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the President and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Whatever.
Oh, fuck. I thought he was gonna be like, don't ignore me. Whatever. So, now that we had to use Rose's help to find the bomb, if we do a save call, naturally there's gonna be the I told you so call.
What's up, Jack?
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know? That would not fly these days.
Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right, and you saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm
Get
just messing
real.
with you. I want you to recognize that I can
know.
help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Get real, Rose.
Hang in there, okay?
That's not it.
I want to hold you in my arms. So, unfortunately, we can't not ride Fat Man too far from here. Raiden automatically, let's go, Vin. I guess he's too heavy. Also, I'm pretty sure the animation to drag him around is a little different. Like, Raiden's arms are wider because he's too big. We cannot hold him. No, sorry. There should have been an Easter egg where if you throw him off the big shell and into the water, the resulting wave tsunami will give you a game over. I mean, since they're already talking shit about fat people in the codec anyway, might as well. We cannot yeet him off the shell, sorry. Extra wide grip. A tsunami game over, yeah, that should have been the thing. Lovely. I wonder, maybe on PC, maybe if you emulate, you can somehow remove this restriction. If we could drag him away some more. The game just doesn't let you. Because they knew the people would fucking eat him off the big shell, for sure. They probably knew. Anyway, there. So now that the ninja's about to show up, the ninja is one of the worst offenders in terms of complete wrong choices for voice casting in the English version. Because we know that the ninja is Olga, even though the original idea was to for the players to never find out who the ninja is. Can you imagine if they actually went with that? How butt-blasted people would have been? They were already completely, what's another alliteration, anally annihilated by MGS2 as it was in the first place, with all the things it left unanswered. If they also kept the ninja's identity secret, people would have been even more butt-blasted. So now we know that it's Olga, but originally it wasn't supposed to be revealed who the ninja was. But anyway, since it's Olga, it's English, it's fucking Olga's voice, Olga's accent, which doesn't make any sense because, yeah, fucking Russian ninja. In Japanese, that's not an issue because they don't have any sort of accents. Everybody just speaks, you know, neutral Japanese. So there is no Russian, Japanese, or whatever accent. So, but more importantly, since the ninja is supposed to repeat lines from MGS1, and not from just one character, but like 2 or 3. What happens in the Japanese version is that they would actually play those MGS1 lines with the MGS1 voice actors. Not re-recorded, but actually taken from MGS1. copy and pasted. If I remember correctly, they had to do that because like the Japanese voice actor for Gray Fox died, if I remember correctly. So they just literally copy and pasted Gray Fox's voice from MGS1. So the ninja has 3 voices. It has the neutral ninja voice, it has Gray Fox's voice, and also it has the DARPA chief's voice. Because the ninja has its own voice, and then when the ninja first appears, one of the first things that you hear is "I'm like you, I have no name," which obviously is an MGS1 reference, and in Japanese that is actually Gray Fox's voice saying that. And later when we get the card from the ninja, we get another word-for-word explanation on how the pan card works. Just like Decoy Octopus or the DARPA chief's voice explained in MGS1. So in Japanese, you would be hearing the DARPA chief's voice coming from the ninja. They didn't give a fuck about any of that in English. They just, made Russian ninja with Russian accent and just rolled with it. So this was even more mind-blowing in the trailers, where they really went out of their way to make it seem like Gray Fox is back, because they went as far as replacing Raiden's model with Snake's model, and having Gray Fox appear with Snake and him saying, "I'm like you, I have no name," with Gray Fox's voice. And also the scene in the trailer took place somewhere that kind of looked like Rex's hangar. I think it was actually in the tanker holds, where it's just it's a big gray room with gray walls and stuff. So if you look at that trailer, it really looks like Snake is meeting Gray Fox again. So people would have been like, "What the fuck?" Especially in English, where it sounds like Gray Fox. But yeah, we didn't really get any of that. Yes, English got the short end of the stick with MGS2 on so many aspects. And another original idea that they didn't really roll with. They sort of did with the different voices, but originally it was supposed to be because since both Raiden and the ninja are sent by the Patriots, Raiden's nanomachines would interface with the ninja's suit, and basically the nanomachines would manipulate which voice Raiden would hear coming from the ninja. Whenever he's nearby the ninja, the nanomachines inside Raiden and the ninja suit would interact to kind of trick Raiden into hearing different voices, because of all the stand-ins voice characters that should have been in the fucking game in English, but no. So yeah, that's it. It's just what we get. Russian accent ninja. "I'm like you, I have no name." Mr. XXX Deep Throat. Google that.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you, I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lali Lulelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including a relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames, has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke-capable vehicle of Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Who the heck do you think you are? Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Clearly that's Naomi's line there. No, we had no one like that in our unit. That's what you'd expect to hear about the ninja from playing MGS1. Let's see if there's any recalls here.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and find out where the President is.
I see.
Our information indicates that Ames...
Okay.
Raiden, make contact with Ames.
All he says?
Should I really believe what he says?
The fact is that there is no other option, unfortunately for us.
I'll understand once I go to see him then, right?
Shell 1's core has extremely tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to infiltrate the section. For a proper disguise, select the enemy field uniform you receive from the ninja. This will allow you to blend in.
Hey, come on.
But you still need one more thing. It will look suspicious if you're not carrying the standard equipment. All personnel in the Corps are equipped with AK-74Us. Select your own AK when you're in disguise. Find yourself an AK. You have a level 2 car...
Okay, whatever. Let's probably check there to see if I already have it in my inventory or not. Stop for a second.
Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't trust him.
What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up. Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy. You will carry out your mission
That
alone.
guy.
Do you understand?
What? Colonel, who's that person, Ames?
I checked the roster of Secret Service members serving the President. There was definitely a person on the list named Ames.
So what that ninja said then was not a lie after all.
As far as the roster goes, no. Rose, do you have any other information?
All right, I'll look into it for you.
I'm counting on you.
Ah, shit, now we gotta call her again.
Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover.
Yeah, okay.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion. A perfect disguise.
Traxo, you were never part of the simulation for 82 months. Thank you. Forget about it. I carry out your duties.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it, right? I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
What?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
How do you know that?
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
I don't know. What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Damn, he's kind of an asshole. So if we do this call before he reveals his identity as Snake, that's all you get. If you do it after, he will tell you that he's Nastasha's ex-husband and stuff.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid, you're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed.
All these calls where Raiden asks something and he just tells him to fuck off.
Shoot a fire extinguisher.
Definitely not.
And just tutorial stuff now, okay. Let's see if Rose has looked up anything.
What's up, Jack?
What's that supposed to mean?
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section.
I think
your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
That's really just to fuck with the player some more. Because somebody who's played MGS1 would know what it means if the right arm is missing. Raiden doesn't quite know everything that he's supposed to know. Even though he says that he went through MGS1 and he read in the darkness of Shadow Moses, but then he would know who Ames is and Nastasha and the Patriots and all that stuff. No, not the camera. Oh shoot. This is where I would use a chaff grenade if I had one. Dang it. We'll have to improvise. This is still damage from having to empty my ammo earlier. I can't quite shoot these because there's a guy on top who will hear it. I think. Maybe not. Oh shit. Maybe he's not there? This is not gonna end well. Okay, maybe. Okay, he's not there, it seems. Where is this other cipher? Oh shit, it's right here. Go, shoot. Oh shit. How did you... Oh, I don't have the BDU on. My fault.
I need some help here.
I'm gonna have to deal with that. Hello. What's up? Don't try to freeze people during an invasion. Fuck. Ah! Oh shit. I'll be back. I wanted to do the emergency coolant, but I was facing the wrong way, unfortunately. I have no idea what's going on here. Probably nothing good. Oh shit! Now we have to do it from the bottom. Ah, they were right behind me.
Raiden!
Interesting checkpoint. Maybe that's all I need to do? Shit. It's my own fault for not equipping the BDU. Because even if this guy... What the fuck is this guy asleep over there? Okay. Guy's waking up. Even without the disguise, the BDU gives you sort of like camo index. So they would not have seen me there if I equipped it.
Looks like you've got an AK. Probably. If you wear an enemy's field outfit
Probably,
and
yeah.
carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles.
Right.
The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Yeah, if you get a hard shot, they go down instantly too. Although the hard hitbox is a little finicky. No. Sorry, loading screen. Alright, guys. I'm gonna save. There's a lot of shit to do in the Shell 1 core.
What's up, Jack?
We'll do it next time. And I will try to get back to this tomorrow.
Jack, I know you're probably doing fine, but
Oh,
don't
this
get
is the jelly call.
discouraged. Remember, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin is with you too. You'll be all right. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Don't give me that. Every time you say nothing, it's always something. What's wrong?
It's just that, you know, you seem to think pretty highly of him.
Well,
Yeah, Pliskin's the kind of guy you can really depend on, isn't he?
what?
What?
Yeah, Pliskin is one heck of a man, isn't he? He's so cool, so confident.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's nowhere near as cool as you. You'll always be my number one. Always.
But that's not what I meant.
You know, you're kind of cute sometimes. Bye, Jack.
What a weirdo.
What a weirdo. Alright guys, I guess we're gonna raid Enigma again, why not? But thanks for watching. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to go through, so it's gonna take a couple streams to get through everything. And I'll be back at this tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Hope somebody out there learned something new about Andrews 2. And I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely. Thank you.